Tonight's stories come from places where help is far away, cell signals die without warning, and the wilderness doesn't care if you're prepared or not. These are true accounts from campers who followed the rules, respected the trails, and did everything right until something started following them back. No footsteps, no warning sounds, just the growing certainty that they were no longer alone. In these national parks, survival isn't only about weather, terrain, or wildlife you can see. It's about what stays hidden just beyond the firelight. The presence that circles silently. The pressure that builds when instinct tells you to pack up and leave. But there's nowhere left to go. These campers didn't see their hunters clearly. Some never saw them at all. They only felt the pacing in the dark, the unnatural silence, the sense of being evaluated rather than chased. And by the time they realized what was happening, escape was already a gamble. If you've ever camped in a remote park, if you've ever listened to the woods at night and felt watched without knowing why, these stories will feel uncomfortably familiar. My name is Jordan Pike. I am 34 years old, a systems technician by trade. And at the time of this incident, I had been backpacking alone for just under 9 hours. I want to be precise about who I am and why I was there, because what happened later made every small detail feel suddenly important. I am not prone to exaggeration. I do not believe in monsters, curses, or anything supernatural. I planned a simple overnight trip, one night only, in a remote section of public land that I had hiked before without incident. I parked at a gravel pull off just after noon, signed the trail register, and started in under clear weather. The map I was using was a printed copy from the State Land Management website, dated 3 years prior. I mention that because later, when I tried to reconcile what I saw with what should have been there, that date became the only explanation that made any sense at all. According to my map, the trail looped around a protected wetland area before reconnecting with a service road. I intended to camp near the midpoint, well within legal boundaries. The first sign that something was off was subtle. About 2 hours in, I noticed the wildlife markers changed. The usual brown posts with animal icons were replaced by plain metal stakes painted a dull matte gray. No text, no symbols. Just evenly spaced markers on both sides of the trail. I assumed it was a newer style or an unfinished installation. I kept walking. Another hour passed, and the forest grew quieter in a way that felt more technical than eerie. There were still insects, still wind in the canopy, but the layered background noise you don't notice until it's gone had thinned out. No birds. No distant calls. It felt like the sound profile of the woods had been filtered, as if something had reduced the range. I checked my watch. Still early afternoon. I was making good time. The trail narrowed and then widened again, opening into a clearing I didn't recognize. In the center was a flat patch of dirt, compacted and bare, about the size of a small parking lot. No grass. No stones. It looked maintained, not naturally worn. At the edge of the clearing stood a sign, half turned away from the trail. The paint was new. White background. Black lettering. Wildlife EXL USTUN Zertina O ETRYI is Person NLOLY stood there longer than I want to admit. My first reaction wasn't fear, just irritation. The sign wasn't on my map. There had been no mention online of restricted access. I assumed I had missed a junction or drifted off the marked trail slightly. When I checked my GPS, It showed me exactly where I expected to be. Public land. No alerts. No warnings. I should have turned back then. That's the point everyone jumps to when I tell this story. But the sign wasn't blocking the trail. It was offset, like an afterthought. And more importantly, there were no barriers. No fencing. No tape. Just trees and open ground. If it was meant to keep animals in or out, it was doing a poor job. I walked past it. The clearing narrowed again, and within minutes the forest closed in. The light changed, dimmer, greener. I remember thinking the canopy looked thicker. The branches interlocked in a way that felt intentional, though I dismissed the thought as fatigue. Around 5 in the evening, I found a suitable campsite near a shallow ravine. Flat ground, natural windbreak. No obvious animal trails. I set up quickly, following habit more than thought. That was when I noticed the absence of tracks. The soil near the ravine was soft, damp enough to hold impressions. My boots left clear prints, but aside from mine there were none. No deer. No small mammals. No birds hopping through the undergrowth. It was as if the area had been cleared of traffic and then sealed. I cooked an early dinner and tried to shake the unease. The forest was still quiet, but not silent. I told myself that animals avoided humans, that the exclusion zone was likely temporary, maybe related to a disease outbreak or habitat restoration. The explanation didn't sit comfortably, but it was enough to keep me from packing up. At 6:42 p.m., I heard the first movement. It came from uphill, beyond the tree line. Heavy, deliberate steps, spaced evenly, too slow to be running, too consistent to be stumbling. I froze, listening. My mind ran through the usual list. Bear, elk, maybe a ranger. I called out loud enough to carry, but not aggressive. No response. The steps stopped. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Nothing. Then the sound resumed, closer this time, circling rather than approaching. Whatever it was moved along the perimeter of my campsite, staying just out of sight. I could hear branches flexing under weight, but none snapped. The rhythm was careful. Controlled. I stood heart-pounding and reached for my headlamp. As soon as I switched it on, the movement stopped again. The beam cut through the trees, illuminating trunks, leaves, empty space. Nothing reflected back, no eyes, no silhouette. That was when I realized something that made my stomach drop. The steps weren't animal at all. They were bipedal. 2 distinct points of contact. Heel, then toe. Slow, measured, as if whoever or whatever was walking wanted me to hear it. I called out again, sharper this time, identifying myself, asking if anyone needed help. My voice sounded wrong in the air, swallowed almost immediately. The forest did not echo. It absorbed. From somewhere behind me, very close, I heard breathing. Not panting, not labored. Just steady inhalation and exhalation, timed perfectly between my own. I spun around, light sweeping wildly, and saw nothing. The breathing continued for another 2 seconds, then stopped, as abruptly as if someone had closed a valve. I did not sleep that night. I stayed in my tent, headlamp off, listening. The steps resumed after dark, always at the same distance, always circling. They never crossed into my campsite, never brushed the tent. It was like there was a boundary I couldn't see, one they respected without hesitation. Just before midnight, I heard a voice. It came from uphill again, calm and neutral, and it spoke my name once, clearly, with no hint of a question. Jordan. I did not answer. I checked my watch after the voice faded. 11:58 p.m. The numbers glowed faintly under the fabric of my sleeve. The only confirmation that time was still moving in a way I understood. I sat rigid in my tent, knees pulled close to my chest, listening for any sign that I had imagined the sound. The forest did not return to normal. It never does after something breaks the pattern. Instead, the quiet felt arranged, like a room after furniture has been pushed just out of view. The footsteps resumed exactly 2 minutes later. They were closer than before, close enough that I could hear the shift of weight, the subtle compression of soil. Whoever was out there was walking slowly, deliberately, as if pacing a marked line. I realized then that the boundary I thought they were respecting wasn't for my protection. It was for containment. Something about the space I occupied mattered, and I had crossed into it without permission. I reached for my phone, careful not to let the fabric rustle. No signal, as expected. GPS still active. According to the screen, I was stationary, exactly where I had been for hours. No warnings, no restricted overlay. The map showed nothing unusual. That was worse than an error. It meant whatever this was didn't exist. Stim I could access. The breathing returned, this time from the opposite side of the tent. Closer. Close enough that I could hear moisture in the lungs. It did not sound strained or aggressive. It sounded patient. I held my breath without realizing it, my chest burning as seconds stretched. When I finally exhaled, the breathing outside matched me again. Perfectly synchronized, as if correcting a mistake. That was when I understood the exclusion zone was not designed to keep wildlife out. It was designed to keep people from noticing patterns. I stayed still until the sky began to lighten, not with dawn, but with that false gray that precedes it. The footsteps stopped as soon as the light changed, like a switch had been flipped. The forest did not return to normal sounds. It simply entered another controlled state. I waited another hour before unzipping my tent, my movements stiff and clumsy from holding tension too long. The campsite looked untouched. No disturbed ground beyond my own tracks. No broken branches. No sign that anyone or anything had been there. But the air felt wrong. Too clean. Like the smell after rain, without the rain. I packed quickly, skipping breakfast. I told myself I would hike out immediately, report the signage, and never come back. As I shouldered my pack, I noticed something that made my hands shake. There were footprints around my tent. Not impressions in the dirt. Not tracks. They were flattened areas, as if the ground itself had been pressed down evenly, leaving no outline of tread or toes. Perfect ovals, spaced evenly, circling my campsite at a precise distance. They stopped exactly where the footsteps had stopped the night before. None crossed the invisible line. I followed my own trail back toward the clearing, moving fast but not running. The forest resisted in subtle ways. Branches snagged my pack. Roots rose just enough to catch my boots. Every time I stopped, the silence thickened, pressing in on my ears until I moved again. It felt less like being followed, and more like being observed by something that didn't need to chase. When I reached the clearing with the sign, I noticed another addition that hadn't been there before. A second sign, identical in size and style, had been placed directly opposite the first. The lettering was the same stark black on white, but the message was different. Humomopavia exio zio. Next yipzio nobama, and my stomach dropped. The ground in the clearing looked freshly disturbed, as if heavy equipment had been there recently. Tire impressions, wide and shallow, had been carefully smoothed over, but not completely erased. This place was active, maintained. Watched, I didn't linger. I adjusted my route. choosing what I believed was the fastest way back to the service road. According to my map, it would cut through the edge of the exclusion zone, briefly before reconnecting with a legal trail. I didn't see another option that didn't add hours. The moment I stepped off the main path, the forest changed again. The trees grew closer together, trunks straight and evenly spaced, like a planted grove rather than natural growth. The ground sloped gently downward, funneling me forward. My GPS began to lag, the arrow drifting before snapping back into place. I felt the now familiar sensation of being guided without consent. Halfway through the cut, I heard the footsteps again. Daylight, clear as anything. Slow, measured, matching my pace from somewhere behind and slightly to the left. I did not turn around. I focused on breathing, on maintaining a steady rhythm. I told myself that panic would make me sloppy, and sloppy would get me hurt. The voice spoke again, closer than it had been at night. You are not cleared to remain. It was flat, emotionless, like a recorded announcement played through a human mouth. I stopped despite the warning on the sign. The footsteps stopped too. I could feel its presence behind me, a pressure in the air, like standing too close to industrial machinery. I'm leaving, I said, forcing the words out evenly. I didn't know. There was a pause, long enough that I wondered if I had broken a rule by responding. Deviation noted, the voice said. Correction in progress. The forest shifted. Not violently, not dramatically. The path ahead of me narrowed, the trees bending inward just enough to redirect my line of travel. My GPS spun uselessly, then went dark. I broke into a run, branches whipping my face, my pack slamming against my back. The footsteps accelerated, still controlled, still measured, never breaking stride. I burst out onto gravel so suddenly I nearly fell. The service road. Sunlight. Open space. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. Only then did I turn around. The forest edge was still. No sign. No clearing. No markers. Just trees. When I got home, I checked the state website. The map had been updated overnight. There was a blank area where I had camped. No trails. No landmarks. Just a note in small print. Restricted access. Temporary exclusion. I did not report what happened right away. That decision haunts me more than anything else. At the time, I convinced myself it was shock, exhaustion, an overactive imagination fed by isolation. I drove for nearly an hour before my hands stopped shaking. And even then I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see trees where the road should have been. The feeling of pressure at my back did not fade until I crossed the county line. When I got home, I unpacked mechanically. Gear on the floor, boots by the door. I showered longer than necessary, scrubbing dirt from places I didn't remember touching the ground. That was when I noticed the mark on my left calf. A faint oval bruise, about the size of a palm, perfectly smooth around the edges. No abrasion. No puncture. It didn't hurt when I pressed it. It felt numb, like skin that had fallen asleep and hadn't fully woken up yet. I slept for almost 12 hours and dreamed of lines drawn in the dirt, redrawn every time I crossed them. When I woke, my phone had no missed calls, no emergency alerts, nothing that suggested the night before had mattered to anyone but me. Still, I couldn't let it go. I opened my laptop and began searching for anything related to wildlife exclusion zones, temporary restrictions, unlisted closures. Most of what I found was bureaucratic language, vague references to habitat protection or controlled burns. Nothing matched the signage I'd seen. Nothing explained the absence of fencing, or the emphasis on remaining rather than entering. I decided to check the map history. The state site allowed archived versions if you knew where to look. I compared the version I'd printed to the one now online. The change was subtle. The restricted area wasn't marked as a zone anymore. It was simply missing. A clean, irregular shape of nothing surrounded by normal terrain data. No explanation. No legend. That absence bothered me more than a warning ever could. I zoomed out, looking for patterns. And that's when I noticed something else. The blank area wasn't alone. There were others. Smaller, scattered across the region, all within a day's hike of public access points. Each one had appeared gradually over the last 5 years, expanding, merging, then vanishing from public, facing maps entirely. I stopped when I realized one of them overlapped with a trail where a hiker had gone missing 2 summers ago. I remembered the news story because it had been unusually quiet. No press conference. No search photos. Just a short statement about environmental hazards, and an eventual declaration of death without a body. I closed my laptop and sat there for a long time. That afternoon, there was a knock at my door. 2 people stood on my porch. A man and a woman, both wearing plain clothes. Both holding identification they displayed, just long enough that I couldn't read anything beyond a seal. And a name I immediately forgot. They were polite. Calm. They asked if they could come in. I said no. They did not argue. The man asked if I had been camping the previous day. I said yes. The woman asked if I had noticed any unusual signage. I hesitated too long. They exchanged a glance that confirmed everything I was afraid to say out loud. They did not accuse me of trespassing. They did not threaten fines or legal action. Instead, they asked me to describe my route, my campsite, the time I entered and exited the area. They listened carefully, correcting nothing, reacting to nothing except once, when I mentioned the second sign. Human activity exclusion zone. The woman repeated quietly. That wording should not have been visible. I asked her what that meant. She smiled, but it was not reassuring. It means the boundary shifted faster than projected. They told me I had not done anything wrong. That I had wandered into an area under evaluation. That the measures in place were preventative, not punitive. When I asked what they were preventing, the man answered without hesitation. Habituation. He explained it in terms that sounded rehearsed. Certain environments, under specific conditions, developed feedback loops. Human presence altered patterns. Those altered patterns produced responses. Over time, something learned. Not animals, not exactly systems. Behaviors, thresholds. I asked what I had encountered. The woman shook her head. You were encountered. They asked me to statement confirming. I had exited the area voluntarily and experienced no physical harm. I refused. The man nodded as if he had expected that. He handed me a card with a number on it and told me to call if I noticed any recurring symptoms. Sleep disturbances. Auditory anomalies. A sense of being guided when alone. Before they left, I asked one final question. What happens if someone doesn't leave? The woman paused, choosing her words carefully. Then the zone works as intended. That night, I stood in my backyard and listened to the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars. A dog barking somewhere down the block. Everything layered, messy, alive. But underneath it, faint and almost imperceptible, there was a rhythm I hadn't noticed before. A cadence. Even spacing between sounds that shouldn't have aligned. I stepped back inside and locked the door. 3 days later, the bruise on my leg faded completely. In its place was a pale patch of skin that never tans, no matter how long I'm outside. I don't camp anymore. I don't hike alone. And I don't trust maps that show blank spaces where something should be. Because exclusion zones aren't always about keeping danger out. Sometimes they're about teaching it where the borders are. My name is Ryan Holloway. I am 34 years old, and until this incident, I considered myself a cautious and methodical backcountry hiker. I worked as a survey technician for regional land projects, which meant long days navigating undeveloped terrain, recording coordinates, and evaluating access routes that rarely appeared on public maps. I was not reckless, not inexperienced, and not prone to superstition. I planned carefully, logged my routes, and followed protocols that had kept me safe through years of solitary fieldwork. What happened to me did not occur because I ignored common sense. It happened because I trusted what I could see, measure, and confirm, and because that trust failed me in a way I still struggle to explain. The day began before sunrise. I parked my truck at an unofficial pool, off several miles from the nearest marked trailhead, shouldered my pack, and started in along a service road that had not been maintained in years. My assignment was simple: verify the condition of a remote boundary marker reported by a contractor who claimed it had been moved. I expected to be in and out by late afternoon. The weather was stable, the forecast clear, and the terrain familiar enough to be predictable. I carried a GPS unit, paper maps, a satellite messenger, and enough supplies for an overnight stay if something slowed me down. I did not expect to use any of it beyond water and navigation. By mid-morning, I left the road and cut west into the trees, following a bearing rather than a trail. The forest closed around me quickly, the kind of dense, quiet growth that absorbs sound and light without effort. It was not unsettling at first. I focused on pacing, checking landmarks, and keeping my route clean. Time passed evenly. Nothing felt wrong. When I reached the approximate location of the marker, I found it intact and unmoved, exactly where it should have been. I documented the coordinates, took photos, and marked the job complete. It was barely past noon. That was when I made my first mistake. Instead of turning back the way I came, I decided to cut south and loop toward a different access road, shaving off a few miles. The map suggested gentle terrain and no obstacles. I had done similar shortcuts countless times. The forest looked the same in every direction, and I trusted my compass to do the rest. The ground dipped gradually, the air cooling as I descended into a shallow basin. The light changed there, filtered and muted, even though the canopy overhead was no thicker than before. I slowed, scanning for landmarks, when something caught my eye through the trees ahead. It was a flat clearing, unnatural in its neatness, with dark shapes arranged in a way that did not belong to fallen branches or stones. I stopped, adjusted my pack, and approached carefully. It was a campsite. Not an old one. Not the scattered remains of a fire ring or a collapsed shelter. This campsite was intact. A small tent sat partially collapsed but upright, its rainfly folded back. A pair of boots were placed side by side near the entrance. A pack leaned against a log. In the center, a sleeping bag lay unzipped and spread, as if someone had just stood up from it moments ago. There was no debris, no weathering, no sign of abandonment. The ground was clean. The fire pit cold but recently used. ash still gray rather than soaked into the soil. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. The forest was quiet but not empty. I could hear distant wind in the upper branches, and the faint ticking sound of cooling metal from my own gear. I called out, announcing myself, my voice steady and professional. There was no response. I circled the site, careful not to disturb anything, looking for tracks. The soil was packed and dry, offering little detail, but what I could see suggested recent movement. Someone had been here today. Curiosity turned into concern when I crouched near the sleeping bag. I did not touch it at first. I hovered my hand above the fabric, feeling a subtle rise of warmth against my palm. I pulled back, surprised, then tried again. The warmth was unmistakable. Body heat. Fresh. The kind that lingers only minutes after someone leaves. A rational explanation formed quickly. The camper was nearby, likely stepped away briefly. Maybe they heard me approaching. Maybe they were watching. I straightened and scanned the trees. "Hey," I called again, louder this time. "Survey crew. Just passing through. Still nothing. I should have left then." I knew that. But the combination of professionalism and responsibility anchored me in place. An unregistered campsite this deep off. Trail was unusual. Someone camping here without permits or visibility was at risk. If they were injured or disoriented, walking away would be the wrong choice. I decided to wait a moment to see if they returned. That was when I heard the breathing. It was behind me, close enough that I could distinguish it from wind or wildlife. Slow, deliberate, controlled. The sound of lungs filling and emptying without haste. I froze, every muscle locking in place, my mind racing through possibilities I did not want to consider. I did not turn immediately. I focused on listening, on confirming what my instincts were already screaming. The breathing did not stop. It was not labored. It was not curious. It carried no panic, no exertion. It was simply there, steady and patient, as if whoever was making it had been standing behind me for some time, waiting for me to notice. I spoke without turning, keeping my voice level. "You startled me," I said. I didn't mean to intrude. The breathing continued, unchanged. I took a slow step forward. The sound matched my movement, maintaining the same distance. Not retreating, not advancing, just staying where it was. My skin prickled. A cold sensation spreading along my neck and shoulders. I tightened my grip on the strap of my pack, considering my options, each one worse than the last. When I finally turned, there was no one there. The space behind me was empty, the trees evenly spaced, the forest floor undisturbed. No movement, no sound. The breathing had stopped the instant I faced it. I stood there, heart pounding, forcing myself to breathe slowly, to stay grounded in what I could verify. I told myself it had been an animal. I told myself stress and isolation had filled in the gaps. I told myself to leave. I stepped away from the campsite, eyes scanning constantly, and began moving north, abandoning my planned route. I did not run. I walked with purpose, checking my compass, counting my steps, doing everything I could to remain rational. The forest closed around me again. The campsite disappearing behind the trees, as if it had never existed. But the warmth on my hand lingered, and so did the certainty that, when I stood in that clearing, I had not been alone. I kept moving for a long time after that, longer than my legs wanted to, longer than my breathing stayed easy. I told myself distance was safety. Distance meant control. I focused on practical details, on keeping my pace steady and my direction true. The compass needle held firm. The GPS confirmed I was heading toward the access road. Every few minutes, I stopped and listened. Nothing followed me. No footsteps. No breathing. The forest returned to its ordinary sounds, and with that came a fragile sense of relief I did not fully trust. The afternoon light began to shift as I climbed out of the basin. Shadows stretched across the forest floor, long and thin, weaving between trunks like dark fingers. I checked the time and recalculated my remaining distance. I would not reach the road before dusk, but I could make it close enough to bivouac safely. I adjusted my plan without hesitation. I would stop before dark, set up camp quickly, and leave at first light. That decision felt reasonable. It felt calm. It felt wrong in a way I could not explain. I found a small rise with decent visibility and minimal undergrowth. It was not ideal, but it was defensible. I scanned the area carefully before dropping my pack, listening for anything out of place. The forest remained quiet. The kind of quiet that does not draw attention to itself until you realize how complete it is. I worked efficiently, forcing my hands to move with routine precision. Ground cloth down, bevy sack unrolled, water filter set. I avoided looking into the deeper trees longer than necessary. As I worked, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The ground was disturbed nearby. Not heavily, not enough to suggest a trail, but enough to show repeated foot traffic. The marks were old and new layered together. Overlapping impressions pressed into the soil. This was not a place people passed through by accident. I told myself it meant nothing. Survey crews, hunters, maybe even the same camper from earlier. Rational explanations lined up neatly, but none of them eased the tension in my chest. I finished setting up, just as the light dimmed to a dusky gray. I sat on a log and forced myself to eat, chewing mechanically while my eyes tracked every shift in shadow. I reminded myself that fear thrives in uncertainty, that isolation amplifies imagination. I checked my satellite messenger. No messages. Full signal. I considered sending a check-in, then decided against it. There was nothing concrete to report. I did not want to explain a feeling. When darkness settled fully, it came fast. The forest lost depth, collapsing into layers of black and darker black. I turned on my headlamp and swept the beam slowly, deliberately marking trees, rocks, and clear paths in my mind. Everything stayed where it was supposed to be. I crawled into the bevy, zipped it partially, and lay on my back listening. Minutes passed, then more. My breathing slowed, matching the rhythm of the night. Just as I began to relax, a sound reached me from somewhere beyond the edge of the light. It was subtle, almost polite. The soft press of something shifting weight. Not a step, not quite. A careful adjustment, like someone settling into a stance. I held still, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. The sound came again, closer this time. Another controlled movement. I angled my headlamp toward it, the beam slicing through the darkness. It revealed nothing but trees and shadow. I listened harder, straining to catch details. The forest responded with silence, so complete it felt intentional. Then I heard the breathing again. It was farther away than before, but unmistakable. Measured, unafraid. It did not rush. It did not falter. It simply existed, marking time. I lay frozen, every nerve lit, my mind scrambling for logic. Bears breathe loudly. Deer snort and stomp. This was neither. This was paced, consistent, human in its restraint. I spoke quietly, my voice barely louder than the night. If you're out there. I said, you're too close. The breathing did not change. I reached for my headlamp and clicked it off. plunging myself into darkness. It was a calculated move. Light makes you visible. Darkness levels the field. I lay still, eyes open, letting my vision adjust. The breathing continued, now harder to locate without the beam. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Time stretched. My muscles ached from tension. I focused on listening for footsteps, for branches snapping, for any sign of approach. None came. The breathing stayed at the same distance, neither retreating nor advancing. It felt deliberate, like a line drawn in the dark. At some point, exhaustion dulled the edge of fear. I did not sleep, not truly, but I drifted into a shallow, broken state, where thoughts blurred and sharpened in turns. When I came back to full awareness, the forest was quiet again. No breathing, no movement. I lay there until my limbs stiffened, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Before dawn, the cold crept in, seeping through layers and settling into my bones. The sky lightened gradually, a thin wash of gray replacing the black. As visibility returned, so did my resolve. I packed quickly, hands numb, movement sufficient. I did not eat. I did not linger. I scanned the ground one last time and noticed something new. Fresh impressions circled my bevy. Not deep, not heavy, but clearly defined. Bare footprints. Toes pressed into the soil, heels light, as if whoever made them had moved carefully, to avoid leaving too much behind. They formed an uneven ring around where I had slept, stopping just beyond arm's reach. There were no footprints leading away. I left that place without looking back, my pace brisk, my focus absolute. As the forest thinned and the access road finally came into view, relief washed over me so sharply it made me dizzy. I reached my truck, unlocked it, and sat inside for a long time before starting the engine. I told myself it was over. I told myself daylight had ended whatever had followed me. I told myself the worst was behind me. I was wrong. I stayed in the truck until my hands stopped shaking. The cab smelled like cold fabric and dust, familiar and grounding. I checked the time. Early morning. Still the same day. I had been in the forest less than 24 hours, yet it felt longer. As if the night had stretched time thin. I started the engine and let it idle, listening to the steady hum drown out my thoughts. When I finally pulled onto the access road, I kept my speed slow, scanning the trees on either side, half expecting movement where none should be. The drive out took longer than it should have. The road twisted through low ground and shallow cuts, visibility limited by brush and lingering fog. I told myself that once I reached pavement, the tension would break. Civilization has a way of dissolving fear. It gives you witnesses. It gives you noise. When I reached the junction and the tires hit asphalt, I exhaled for the first time since dawn. I did not go straight home. I stopped at a ranger station on the edge of the district, a small building I had checked in with many times before. I parked, walked inside, and explained why I was there in measured terms. I mentioned the unregistered campsite. I mentioned signs of recent activity deep off trail. I did not mention the breathing. I did not mention the footprints. I watched the ranger's face carefully as I spoke, looking for signs of concern. He listened, nodded, and asked practical questions. Location, distance, condition of the site. When I finished, he thanked me and said they would look into it. His tone was calm, professional, unalarmed. That should have reassured me. Instead, it made me feel isolated in a different way, as if what I had experienced existed just outside the boundaries of what could be officially acknowledged. I left the station and drove home. replaying the night in my head, testing each moment for exaggeration or misinterpretation. I slept for a few hours, light and restless, waking at every imagined sound. When I finally got up, the daylight felt too bright, too sharp. I checked my gear, more out of habit than necessity, and noticed something I had missed earlier. Mud clung to the side of my pack. Not much. Just a smear along the fabric near the bottom. It was not from the basin soil. I knew that because the color was different, darker, richer. I knelt and examined it more closely. Embedded in the dried mud was a thin strand of dark hair. Not animal fur. Too coarse. Too long. I washed my hands until the skin felt raw. That afternoon, I received a call from the ranger station. They had gone to the coordinates I provided. They found the campsite. Or rather, they found where it had been. The clearance was there, but the equipment was gone. No tent, no pack, no sleeping bag. The fire pit remained, cold and clean. They told me there were no signs of struggle, no personal items left behind. It was as if someone had packed up carefully and left. I asked about footprints. There was a pause on the line. Then the ranger said they found tracks, but they were inconsistent. Some appeared barefoot. Others showed impressions that did not match standard boots or shoes. They could not follow them far. The ground changed, and the trail disappeared. He asked me if I had seen the camper. I said no. After the call ended, I sat in my kitchen and stared at the wall, the quiet pressing in around me. I tried to accept the simplest explanation. Someone camped illegally, noticed my presence, and left quickly. The breathing had been imagination. The footprints were misread. Fear had filled in the blanks. That explanation held together until evening, when my satellite messenger vibrated on the table. There was a message. It was not an alert or a system notification. It was a text, short and unadorned. Did you sleep well? I checked the sender ID. There was none. No coordinates. No routing information. Just the message. My stomach dropped, a cold, hollow sensation spreading through my chest. I powered the device off and removed the battery. My movements sharp and deliberate. I told myself it was a glitch. I told myself it was impossible. The knock came at the door just after sunset. It was firm but not aggressive. 3 measured taps. I stood slowly, listening. No footsteps on the porch. No shifting weight. I approached the door and looked through the peephole. The porch light illuminated empty wood and railing. Nothing else. I waited, counting seconds. Then minutes. When nothing happened, I stepped back, my pulse loud in my ears. I did not open the door. Later that night, as darkness settled fully, I sat in my living room with the lights on, every window checked and locked. I told myself that whatever had happened in the forest was contained there. Places matter. Context matters. I was safe here. I repeated that thought until it lost meaning. Then I heard it. Breathing, not outside. Not muffled by walls. Inside the house. Slow and controlled. Coming from somewhere behind me. I did not turn. I did not speak. I sat perfectly still, every muscle rigid. My mind screaming for a rational explanation that would not come. The breathing stayed steady, patient, unafraid. I reached for my phone with trembling fingers and turned on the camera without looking away from the wall in front of me. I raised it slightly, angling it toward the dark hallway, reflected in the black screen of the television. I watched the live image instead of turning my head. The hallway was empty. The breathing stopped. I sat there until morning, the house silent, the air heavy. When daylight finally crept through the windows, I stood and checked every room. Nothing was out of place. No doors open. No signs of entry. No footprints. Just the lingering certainty that distance had not saved me. That whatever had stood behind me in that forest had learned something important that day. It had learned where I slept. My name is Matthew Shore. I am writing this as a factual account of a single day, recorded as accurately as my memory allows, because what happened to me did not feel like an accident, an animal encounter, or a misunderstanding. It felt deliberate. I have kayaked long distances before, often alone, often into areas without marked campsites, and I am familiar with how sound carries over water, how shadows distort at dusk, and how fear can invent patterns where none exist. This was not that. This was something that matched my pace, corrected its mistakes, and learned faster than I did. I launched my kayak just after sunrise from a public access point at the edge of a large inland lake. The shoreline I was aiming for lay roughly 9 miles away, reachable only by water. There were no marked trails, no docks, and no official campsites in that section. I had studied satellite images beforehand and identified a narrow gravel beach, backed by dense forest, suitable for a one-night camp. My plan was simple: paddle in, set camp, rest, and paddle back at first light the next morning. Weather conditions were stable. No storms, no high winds, no warnings. For the first few hours, the paddle was uneventful. The water was calm, broken only by my blade and the occasional ripple from fish near the surface. The farther I moved from the launch point, the quieter the lake became. No boats, no distant engines, even birds were scarce. The silence felt clean, the kind that usually settles over deep wilderness. Around midday, I began to notice movement along the shoreline to my right. At first, I dismissed it as a deer or a bear traveling parallel to the water, something I had seen many times before. Animals often follow shorelines, especially in warmer weather. What caught my attention was the speed. I was maintaining a steady paddling rhythm, nothing aggressive, nothing slow. The movement on land kept pace with me precisely. When I increased my stroke rate, it did the same. When I slowed to rest my shoulders, it slowed. I could not see a clear shape, only a disturbance in the tree line, branches flexing and snapping back, foliage shaking too, rhythmically to be caused by wind. I told myself it was coincidence, that the terrain simply made it appear synchronized. Then the shoreline curved away, and I lost sight of it. Relieved, I focused forward, letting the lake open around me again. The unease faded slightly. I reminded myself that predators rarely stalk humans for extended periods, and that most animals avoid sustained proximity to watercraft. Still, I stayed alert. About 30 minutes later, the shoreline curved back into view, closer now. The movement resumed almost immediately, as if it had been waiting just beyond my line of sight. This time I could hear it. Footfalls, not heavy, not crashing, but fast and controlled. Whatever it was moving over uneven ground without hesitation. I could hear the timing clearly. My paddle entered the water, then a step. Paddle out. Another step. The rhythm was wrong, too consistent. I angled my kayak slightly toward open water, increasing the distance between myself and the land. The sound adjusted, shifting direction, still matching my pace. I stopped paddling entirely. The footsteps stopped. We stayed that way for several seconds, suspended in a silence so complete it felt artificial. Then, from somewhere within the trees, a single branch snapped. Not underweight. Twisted. Deliberate. I resumed paddling immediately, harder this time, my shoulders burning as I pushed for speed. The shoreline narrowed into a tighter channel, forcing me closer to land than I wanted. The footsteps accelerated. Whatever was moving there had no trouble keeping up. Even as my kayak cut through the water, at its fastest sustainable pace. By the time I reached the gravel beach I had selected for camp, my arms were shaking from exertion. I pulled the kayak ashore quickly, dragging it farther up the bank than necessary. The forest behind the beach was dense, the tree line starting only a few feet from the water. I scanned it carefully. Nothing moved. No sound. No birds flushing, no animals retreating. Just stillness. I told myself that if something had been following me, it would have revealed itself by now. Animals do not hide when they have the advantage. I set up camp efficiently, keeping my movements tight and deliberate. Tent first. Then food secured in a dry bag, hung higher than usual between two trees closer to the beach. As I worked, I remained acutely aware of my surroundings. The forest felt wrong. Not threatening in an obvious way, but observant. Like a space that expected me to make mistakes. By late afternoon, the light began to change. Long shadows stretched across the gravel, and the water darkened into a flat, reflective surface. I sat near the shoreline, eating a cold meal, my kayak resting beside me. That was when I saw the footprints. They were not on the beach itself, but just beyond it, at the edge where gravel met soil. Deep impressions, close together, angled toward the water. They were fresh. Too fresh. I followed them with my eyes as they ran parallel to the shoreline, stopping abruptly near where my kayak lay. From nothing. No return trail. No indication of retreat into the forest. As the sun dipped below the tree line, I heard the footsteps again. This time they were not moving parallel. They were pacing back and forth behind my tent. I stayed still for a long time after I heard the footsteps behind my tent, long enough that my legs cramped and my breathing began to feel loud in my own ears. I told myself not to react. Most animals rely on movement. Most threats pass if you do not challenge them. The steps continued, slow and measured, tracing a narrow path along the tree line, just beyond the reach of the fading light. Whoever, or whatever it was, did not step onto the gravel. It remained just inside the forest, where the ground softened and swallowed sound. I reached for my headlamp, but stopped short of turning it on. Light would announce my position more clearly than I wanted. Instead, I listened. The pacing followed a pattern. 3 steps in one direction. A pause. 3 steps back. The cadence never varied. It was not searching. It was waiting. I forced myself to shift slightly, careful not to make noise. The footsteps stopped immediately. That reaction told me more than anything else. I had been detected not by sight or sound, but by presence. The realization settled heavily in my chest. I stayed frozen until the muscles in my shoulders burned. Eventually, the steps resumed, slower now, closer to the tent fabric than before. I could sense the distance, narrowing, the way you can feel someone standing near you even with your eyes closed. A shape passed between my tent and the lake, briefly blocking the faint reflection of moonlight off the water. It was tall. That was all I could determine. Too tall to be any animal native to the area. It did not move like a person either. The silhouette slid past, rather than stepped, its outline breaking apart as it crossed uneven ground. I reached for the zipper and stopped myself again. If I exited the tent, I would be vulnerable. If I stayed inside, I was blind. The steps paused directly behind me, I could hear breathing now. Not heavy. Controlled. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Slow, practiced. It sounded close enough that condensation should have formed on the tent wall, but the fabric remained dry and cool. Then it spoke. Not words. Not exactly. A low sound, drawn out, like the start of a sentence that never quite resolved. It ended abruptly, as if cut short by intention. I did not respond. My heart hammered hard enough that I was certain it could be heard. The sound repeated, slightly higher in pitch this time. Testing. Adjusting. Without warning, the steps retreated. Fast, the sound tore through the brush and vanished deeper into the forest. I waited, counting my breaths, forcing my pulse down. Minutes passed. Nothing followed. The night reclaimed its quiet, but it felt artificial now. Stretched too thin to be natural. I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The beach lay empty. My kayak rested where I had left it. The paddle balanced across its cockpit. The water was still. No ripples. No movement. I scanned the tree line carefully. Nothing moved. I stepped out slowly, keeping low, my headlamp finally on but angled toward the ground. The footprints I had seen earlier were gone. Smoothed over. Erased. The soil looked untouched, as if no one had walked there at all. I knew then that staying the night was a mistake. Packing in the dark took longer than I wanted. Every sound felt amplified. The rustle of fabric, the click of buckles, my own breathing. I kept my headlamp low and my back to the water, trusting the open space more than the forest. As I secured my gear to the kayak, I heard movement again, this time farther back among the trees. Not pacing now. Circling, the sound traveled in a wide arc, maintaining distance while tracking my position precisely. I pushed the kayak into the water without ceremony and climbed in, my movements clumsy with urgency. As soon as I began paddling, the footsteps resumed. Faster now. The shoreline blurred as I pulled away. My strokes uneven as adrenaline took over. The sound of pursuit paralleled me once more, moving through the forest with impossible speed. I angled toward open water, forcing a longer route, but increasing the distance between myself and land. The footsteps did not slow. They adapted. I could hear them shift direction, cutting across terrain to shorten the distance. Branches snapped. Underbrush tore away. The thing chasing me did not care about noise anymore. It wanted me to know it was there. I dug deeper, ignoring the pain in my arms. My paddle striking the water hard enough to splash. The shoreline curved away again, offering a brief moment of relief as the trees fell back from view. Then the sound came from ahead of me. Something struck the water near the bow of my kayak, close enough that droplets sprayed my face. I shouted before I could stop myself, the sound tearing out of me raw and uncontrolled. The lake answered with silence. I stared at the dark surface, heart racing, scanning for ripples. Nothing surfaced. No disturbance followed. But the footsteps had stopped entirely. I was no longer being followed from land. I was being intercepted. I paddled harder, my muscles screaming in protest. My breath came in sharp bursts, each inhale burning. I kept my eyes forward, afraid of what I might see if I looked to either side. The water ahead of me rippled faintly, not from wind, but from something moving just beneath the surface, keeping pace with my kayak. It stayed there, just out of sight, guiding me away from shore and deeper into the lake. I do not know how long I paddled after that. Time lost its shape on the open water. The shoreline was gone, reduced to a low black suggestion far behind me, and the moon hung above the lake like a lid, sealing me in. I focused on my stroke count because it was the only thing I could still control. Left. Breathe. The rippling beneath my kayak matched that rhythm too closely to be coincidence. It never broke the surface. It never fell behind. I slowed once, just to test it. The ripple slowed. I stopped paddling altogether, letting the kayak glide. The water beneath me smoothed instantly, as if whatever had been moving chose stillness the moment I did. I held my paddle across my lap and listened. No footsteps now. No breathing. Just the faint lap of water against the hull, and the distant click of insects along the far shoreline. I waited for panic to take over. It didn't. What I felt instead was a careful, suffocating attention, like I was part of an experiment whose rules I did not know. I whispered out loud, telling myself to keep moving. The sound of my own voice startled me. I resumed paddling, angling toward where I believed the opposite shore lay. The ripple returned immediately, sliding alongside the kayak, always just ahead of my paddle tip, guiding rather than chasing. That terrified me more than pursuit ever could. It wanted me to go somewhere. The water grew colder. I noticed it when a wave splashed my hand and lingered longer than expected. My fingers went numb quickly. I scanned the surface again, forcing my eyes to adjust to the darkness. For a moment, I thought I saw a shape beneath the water, long and narrow, pacing me with minimal effort. Then it shifted, dissolving into shadow, leaving only the disturbance behind. I considered turning back. The thought lasted less than a second. Whatever had followed me from the forest had planned for the shoreline. I was certain of that now. The open water was the only variable it hadn't fully controlled. I increased my pace, accepting the burn in my shoulders as proof that I was still alive and still choosing something. The ripple began to drift away, not retreating, redirecting. Ahead of me, the surface of the lake changed texture. The moonlight fractured there, bending around something solid. An island. Small, low, densely forested. I had not seen it on the maps. I should have. The lake wasn't supposed to have islands this far from shore. The ripple curved toward it decisively, as if relieved that I had finally understood where I was meant to go. No, I said aloud. Louder this time. The water responded by surging against the side of my kayak, rocking it hard enough to force my balance to correct. I nearly capsized. I paddled frantically, angling away from the island, my strokes breaking down as fear finally cracked through my focus. The ripple chased for several seconds, then stopped abruptly. The lake fell still again. I waited, chest heaving. The kayak bobbing gently beneath me. Nothing followed. No movement. No guidance. Just water and sky and the distant suggestion of land. I turned slowly, scanning behind me. The island was closer than it should have been. I had not paddled toward it, yet there it was. Its shoreline now clearly visible, the trees packed tightly together like bristles. At the water's edge, something moved. A tall shape stepped forward, then stopped. It did not enter the lake. It stood there, watching, its outline wrong against the trees. Shoulders too high, arms hanging too long at its sides. I could not see its face, but I knew without question that it was the same presence that had paced me on land. It raised one arm. The water beside my kayak rippled once more. Harder this time, as if something large had turned just beneath the surface. I understood then. There had never been one thing following me. There had been two. One on land, one in the coordinated. Patient. Adjusting, I paddled until my vision blurred. Choosing a direction at random and committing to it with everything I had left, My arms trembled violently. My breath tore in and out of my lungs in ragged gasps. The ripple tried to follow but faltered, its movements growing erratic as I forced speed beyond what it could comfortably match. The island shrank behind me, its shoreline receding into darkness. The tall shape did not pursue. It simply watched until distance swallowed it. Hours later, the faint glow of the access point lights came into view. I do not remember approaching the shore. I remember dragging the kayak up onto concrete, collapsing beside it, and lying there until dawn burned the stars away. Park rangers found me not long after sunrise. They asked what happened. I told them I had been followed by something I could not explain. They exchanged looks I did not like. They checked the shoreline where I had camped. They found my footprints. They found drag marks where my kayak had been pulled. They found no other tracks, no disturbances, no signs of wildlife. The island I described does not appear on any official map. One ranger told me quietly that locals sometimes report it appearing after dusk and vanishing by morning. I left the lake that day and have not returned. I no longer kayak alone. I avoid shorelines at night. Sometimes, when I hear water moving beside me, even in safe places, I feel that careful attention settle again, like something waiting to see if I have learned when to stop paddling. My name is Kevin Brooks. I am writing this down while the details are still sharp, because I have learned the hard way that memory becomes unreliable when fear settles in. I am not a thrill seeker, not a paranormal hobbyist, and not someone who goes into the wilderness looking for stories. I camp because it helps me quiet my thoughts. That night, I went alone into a state forest I had visited before, a place with maintained trails, mapped campsites, and no reputation beyond being boring and quiet. I arrived just before sunset, signed the trail log, and followed the same loop I had walked twice in previous years. The campsite sat in a shallow clearing, ringed by trees that were spaced just far enough apart to let the wind pass through. There was nothing unusual about it. The ground was dry, no trash, no markings, no fresh fire pit ash. I pitched my tent quickly, cooked a simple meal, and turned in earlier than usual because I felt drained in a way I could not explain. The forest noise settled into a steady pattern after dark. Insects, wind, the occasional distant branch cracking. It was familiar, almost comforting. I have a habit when I camp alone. I count things to stay calm. Breaths, steps, the rhythm of sounds. It is not a superstition. It is a grounding exercise I picked up years ago, after a bad panic episode. That night, when I lay on my back inside the tent, I began counting the sounds of footsteps outside. I did not think of them as footsteps at first. I thought of them as shifting dirt. Maybe a raccoon or a deer passing through the clearing. I counted 12 distinct sounds moving clockwise around the tent before they faded back into the forest. 12 felt reasonable. A deer circling once, sniffing. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. A few minutes later, the sounds returned. This time, I counted 14. I remember opening my eyes and staring at the mesh ceiling of the tent, telling myself not to jump to conclusions. Forest sounds echo strangely at night. Distance compresses. Direction lies. I waited for the steps to move away again. They did, slowly, deliberately, like whatever was out there was pacing rather than passing through. I blinked hard, then listened again. 16. That was when I sat up. I unzipped the tent just enough to shine my headlamp outside. The clearing looked exactly the same as it had before. No movement. No reflective eyes. The beam caught the trunks of the surrounding trees, the low brush, the uneven ground. I saw no tracks. But I also did not step outside to check. I zipped the tent shut and told myself that fear was distorting my perception. Counting is unreliable when you are anxious. Everyone knows that. To test myself, I decided to be deliberate. I lay back down, slowed my breathing, and waited until I felt steady again. When the sounds returned, I counted carefully, silently, touching my fingertips together for each one. 11. That should have reassured me. Instead, it made my chest tighten. 11 was too few. It meant the count was not drifting upward gradually. It was changing freely, without pattern. I blinked. 13. I did not move my head. I did not shift my weight. I blinked once, quickly, and the number changed. I stopped counting. For a while, there were no sounds at all. The forest went quiet in a way that felt wrong, like someone had muted the background. I checked my watch. It was just after midnight. I considered packing up and leaving. But the idea of breaking camp in total darkness, alone, felt more dangerous than staying put. I told myself I would wait until first light. That decision still feels reasonable when I think about it, even now. The footsteps came back closer this time. I could hear the compression of soil, the faint scrape of something dragging lightly. They did not complete a full circle. They stopped near the head of my tent. I counted without meaning to. 5. I blinked, my eyes dry and aching. 7. My heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I whispered numbers under my breath, trying to anchor myself, trying to keep my mind from filling in shapes and intentions that I could not confirm. I told myself that whatever it was, it would leave if I stayed quiet. A shadow passed over the tent wall. It was not a sharp silhouette. It was diffuse, like something tall moving between the tent and the trees, blocking what little starlight filtered through the canopy. I held my breath and listened. 3 footsteps. Then nothing. I do not know how long I stayed frozen like that. Long enough for my legs to cramp. Long enough for my breathing to become shallow and rapid. When I finally forced myself to blink, the sounds resumed immediately. 9. I pressed my palms against my eyes and counted backward, trying to reset myself. When I opened them again, the number changed. 15. I realized then that blinking was not just affecting my perception. It was changing the situation. I kept my eyes open after that, staring at the tent wall until my vision blurred. The footsteps continued, slow and patient. Sometimes they were too many to count cleanly. Sometimes they were so few that the gaps between them felt intentional. I noticed something else then. Something that made my skin crawl. They never overlapped. No matter how many there were, the sounds never came from 2 places at once. They were sequential, as if produced by a single source capable of placing its weight down in different positions around me faster than something human should be able to move. At some point, exhaustion began to override fear. My eyelids drooped despite my efforts to keep them open. I told myself I would allow a single blink, just one, and then sit up again. I blinked. The footsteps stopped. For several seconds, there was nothing. No wind, no insects, no distant animal calls. Then, directly beside my ear, I heard a sound I had not counted before. Breathing. It was slow, measured, and close enough that I could feel warmth through the tent fabric. I did not blink again. I did not move. I counted nothing at all and waited for morning, hoping that daylight would restore the world to something that made sense. I did not sleep. That is the simplest way to explain the hours that followed. My body shut down in pieces, muscles locking and unlocking. Thoughts looping without progress. But I never crossed into anything that felt like rest. The breathing stayed beside the tent for a long time. Long enough that I stopped thinking of it as a threat and started thinking of it as a condition, like humidity or cold. Something I had to endure rather than confront. At some point, it moved away. I did not hear footsteps retreating. I just noticed the absence of warmth near my ear and the gradual return of distant forest noise. Insects came back first, then wind. I kept my eyes open until they burned, afraid that blinking would bring the breathing back instantly, like flipping a switch. When the sky finally began to lighten, it happened slowly, almost politely. Gray seeped into the darkness instead of tearing it away. I waited until I could see the outline of the zipper before I moved. My hands were stiff and clumsy as I opened the tent, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet morning. The clearing looked wrong. Nothing obvious had changed. The trees were still there. My pack sat where I left it. But the ground around the tent was disturbed in a way that hadn't been there the night before. The leaf litter was scuffed smooth in places, pressed down into faint arcs. I stepped out carefully, afraid to look too closely but unable to stop myself. Footprints. They were not clear impressions like boot prints or paw marks. They were partial, inconsistent, as if something had pressed down with varying amounts of weight. Some were deep enough to show the compacted soil beneath the leaves. Others barely disturbed the surface. They formed a loose ring around the tent, uneven and overlapping, but still unmistakably intentional. I counted them before I realized what I was doing. There were 19. That number hit me harder than it should have. I had never counted 19 during the night. The highest I remembered clearly was 16. I told myself that memory under stress is unreliable, that I could have missed a few, that daylight made patterns where none existed. I blinked. When I opened my eyes again, I felt dizzy. The ring of impressions looked tighter somehow, closer to the tent wall. I dropped to one knee and counted again, touching each mark with the tip of my glove to be sure. 22. I stood up so fast I nearly fell. My heart hammered as if I had been running. I told myself to stop. Counting was no longer grounding me. It was feeding something I didn't understand. I packed my gear with shaking hands, forcing myself not to look down at the ground again. I was out of the clearing within 10 minutes, moving faster than I normally would on uneven terrain. The trail was familiar, well marked, and comforting in its ordinariness. I focused on mundane details: the feel of the straps on my shoulders, the sound of gravel under my boots, the rhythm of my steps. I counted those too, but silently, without assigning meaning. After about half an hour, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The trail should have crossed a small creek by then. I remembered the footbridge clearly. I had crossed it twice on previous trips, but the creek never appeared. The forest thinned slightly, then thickened again, the ground sloping in a way that felt unfamiliar. I checked my map. According to it, I should have been within sight of the trailhead. I blinked, hard, frustrated. The forest around me felt closer when my eyes opened, the trees pressing inward. I could hear footsteps again, faint but distinct, moving somewhere off to my right. I stopped walking immediately. They stopped too. I did not count them. I refused to. I stood perfectly still and waited. After a few seconds, the sounds resumed, not circling me this time, but pacing parallel to my position, matching me even though I wasn't moving. I whispered out loud, telling myself to stay calm, to breathe, to think. My voice sounded thin and out of place. The footsteps slowed, then paused. I blinked without meaning to. They were closer. Close enough that I could hear the subtle differences between steps, the way pressure shifted, the way whatever it was adjusted its balance. It did not rush me. It did not make noise to scare me. It simply existed there, aware of me in a way that felt intimate and deliberate. I forced myself to walk again, slowly, deliberately, keeping my eyes open as wide as I could. The trail twisted more than it should have, looping back on itself in shallow curves that made it hard to tell direction. I recognized a fallen log. I was sure I had passed 10 minutes earlier. I knew then that I was not moving forward in any meaningful sense. Panic clawed at my chest. I wanted to run, to break the pattern, but instinct told me that sudden movement would only make things worse. The footsteps adjusted every time I changed pace. When I sped up, they did too. When I slowed, they crept closer. I made a decision that still feels strange to admit. I closed my eyes, not a blink, a deliberate, sustained closing. I stood there with my eyes shut, heart racing, senses straining. The footsteps continued, moving in a slow arc around me. I counted my breaths instead, in and out, steady and controlled. When I opened my eyes again, the forest had shifted. I was standing at the edge of the trailhead parking area. My car sat alone in the gravel lot, exactly where I had left it. The sudden normalcy was disorienting, like stepping out of deep water. I staggered forward, unlocked the car, and threw my pack into the back seat without looking inside. As I slammed the door shut, I heard the footsteps one last time, stopping just beyond the tree line. I did not blink. I did not look back. I drove away shaking, my hands locked tight around the steering wheel, counting nothing at all until the forest disappeared behind me. I thought leaving the forest would end it. That assumption carried me for the first few miles, just long enough for the adrenaline to burn off and leave behind something worse. My hands shook on the steering wheel. My jaw ached from how tightly I had been clenching it. I kept my eyes fixed on the road, terrified of what might change if I blinked too slowly or too often. The paved road out of the forest curved gently downhill, lined with the same trees that had surrounded the campsite. Only now they were spaced farther apart, civilized by guardrails and reflective markers. I told myself this mattered. Roads meant rules, mounts meant boundaries. I counted the lane markers instead of footsteps. White dash, gap. White dash. It helped at first. My breathing slowed, the shaking eased. When I finally allowed myself to blink normally again, nothing changed. No sounds. No movement in the rearview mirror. Just empty road and early morning light. By the time I reached the nearest town, I was almost convinced I had experienced some kind of stress response. A panic spiral fueled by isolation and fatigue. That explanation felt fragile, but it was something I could hold on to. I stopped at a gas station, went inside, and stood under fluorescent lights that buzzed reassuringly. I bought coffee I didn't want and drank it anyway, letting the bitterness anchor me in my body. The cashier asked if I was okay. I said I was tired. He nodded like that explained everything. I drove home after that, another 2 hours on familiar highways. Traffic thickened. Billboards appeared. Cell service returned fully. With every mile, The forest felt less real, like a dream that unraveled when examined too closely. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I was exhausted but calm. That calm lasted until I went inside. My house was exactly as I had left it. Clean, quiet, still. I dropped my pack by the door and kicked off my boots, suddenly aware of how sore my feet were. The normality of it all felt surreal, like I was walking through a replica of my life, rather than the real thing. I showered, letting hot water pound against my neck, and stood there longer than necessary just to feel something predictable. When I stepped out and dried off, the mirror was fogged. Without thinking, I traced a clear patch with my hand and looked at myself. I blinked. For a split second, I was sure the reflection lagged behind me. Just a fraction of a second too slow. My stomach flipped. I leaned closer to the mirror, heart racing, but everything looked normal again. Tired eyes, pale skin. No movement that wasn't mine. I dressed and went to bed, telling myself sleep would reset everything. It didn't. I woke several times throughout the day disoriented, my mind snagging on the memory of counting. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt an urge to keep track of something. Anything, as if failing to count would allow something to get closer. I resisted it as best I could. That evening, as the sun went down, I realized how quiet the house was. Not peaceful quiet. Empty quiet. I could hear my own breathing too clearly. The hum of the refrigerator felt intrusive. I sat on the couch and turned on the television just to fill the space. A nature documentary came on. Muted images of forests and animals moving across the screen. I almost changed it, then decided to leave it on, as if watching a controlled version of the wilderness might somehow tame the real one in my head. That was when I heard it. A sound outside, faint but unmistakable. Pressure against gravel. A footstep. I froze, remote slipping from my hand. My heart pounded so hard I felt lightheaded. I listened carefully, straining not to let fear distort what I was hearing. Another step. Then another. They were moving along the side of the house, slow and deliberate. Not circling. Not approaching the door. Just pacing. Like someone measuring distance. I counted without meaning to. 4. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, breathing fast. 6. The number changed even though the sound pattern hadn't. I stood up slowly and went to the window, every instinct screaming not to look, not to blink, not to confirm what my mind was already assembling. I pulled the curtain back just enough to see the yard. There was nothing there. The grass was still. The fence line empty, no shadow, no movement. But the footsteps continued, now closer to the wall, close enough that I could feel vibration through the floor. I stepped back, panic rising. This was impossible. Whatever had been in the forest could not be here. It could not have followed me. That idea was absurd. I blinked again. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment there was silence. Then, from directly behind me, came a sound I had hoped never to hear again. Breathing. It was softer this time, restrained, like something careful not to startle me. I stood perfectly still, my back to the room, staring at the blank television screen that reflected just enough to make me afraid of what I might see if I looked too closely. I did not turn around. I did not blink. I counted my breaths, slow and steady, focusing on the rise and fall of my chest. The breathing behind me matched my rhythm, close enough that I could feel warmth at the nape of my neck. I realized then that counting had never been a coping mechanism. It had been communication. Every time I counted, every time I blinked, I had been acknowledging it. giving it shape, allowing it to place itself around me in ways that made sense to my mind. The numbers weren't changing because I was losing track. They were changing because it was repositioning. I do not know how long we stood like that. Minutes, hours. Eventually, the warmth faded. The breathing softened, then withdrew, not with footsteps, but with absence. I stayed awake until morning, eyes burning, body trembling, afraid that sleep would reset the rules again. It has been 3 days since then. I have not gone back outside at night. I avoid mirrors. I keep lights on. Most importantly, I do not count anymore. Because sometimes when the house is very quiet, I can feel something pause, as if waiting. And I am terrified that if I ever start counting again, it will know exactly where I am. My name is Elias Warren. I am a field systems technician contracted to evaluate low, light night vision equipment for civilian and government applications. On paper, my work is unremarkable. I test hardware in environments where artificial light is limited or prohibited, record performance metrics, and document failures. I have done this for years. I am trained to remain objective, to log what happens without interpretation, and to assume that every anomaly has a mechanical or human cause until proven otherwise. The incident I am about to describe occurred during a single overnight field test. It was not classified. It was not experimental technology. There were no substances involved. No sleep deprivation beyond what is normal for overnight work, and no prior reports of unusual activity in the area. Everything that happened took place within one continuous span of roughly 8 hours. I arrived at the test site shortly before sunset. The location had been selected for its isolation and lack of light pollution. It was a stretch of managed woodland, used occasionally for ecological surveys and training exercises. No public trails ran through it. Cell reception was unreliable but not non-existent. The terrain was mild, with gradual slopes, scattered rock formations, and a dense but healthy tree canopy. I set up a small base area near a clearing, marked with reflective tape, visible only under infrared illumination. My equipment included a standard-issue monocular night vision device, a handheld thermal scope, a portable infrared illuminator, and a head-mounted camera synchronized to timestamp everything I saw through the optics. I also carried a conventional flashlight, which I kept powered off unless required by protocol. Before darkness fully settled, I completed my baseline checks. Battery levels were full. Optics were calibrated. The forest behaved exactly as expected. Wind through the canopy. Distant insect noise. Occasional bird calls tapering off as evening approached. Nothing out of the ordinary. At 19:42, I powered on the night vision unit for the first time. The world shifted into that familiar monochrome clarity, leaves glowing softly, tree trunks outlined in sharp contrast. I began a slow perimeter walk, narrating observations for the recorder. The device performed within expected parameters. No distortion, no signal lag. For the first hour, the test was uneventful. At approximately 20:55, I noted a change in ambient sound. The insects did not stop abruptly. They thinned, as if someone were gradually turning down a volume dial. This is not unusual in itself. Temperature shifts can cause similar effects. I logged it and continued. I switched briefly to the thermal scope to scan the perimeter. Several small heat signatures appeared and disappeared in the underbrush. Likely rodents. One larger signature passed through the far edge of the clearing and moved out of range. Deer, most likely. The motion was smooth, unhurried. I returned to the night vision device and continued walking. The first moment that registered as wrong happened just after 2130. I stopped to adjust the head mount, which had shifted slightly. During the adjustment, the device powered down for less than 5 seconds. When it came back online, the clearing looked the same. The trees were where they had been. The tape markers reflected normally. What had changed was the sound. The insects were gone. Completely. I stood still listening. No wind, no calls, no distant movement. The silence was not sudden enough to feel dramatic, but it was total. I checked my watch and logged the time. I reminded myself that silence alone is not evidence of anything unusual. I continued the test. As I moved deeper into the tree line, I became aware of a recurring visual pattern at the edge of the device's field of view. A vertical interruption. At first, I assumed it was a tree trunk, partially obscured by angle and foliage. When I turned my head to center it, the interruption was no longer there. This happened several times over the next 20 minutes, always at the periphery, never centered, never lingering. At 22:14, I stopped walking. I became aware of a sensation that is difficult to quantify without sounding speculative. It felt like timing, like something in the environment was synchronized to my actions. When I paused, the forest remained still. When I moved, there was a delay before any natural sound resumed, as if waiting to see what I would do next. I told myself this was projection. I was alone, focused and aware of my own movements. It was easy to assign intention where none existed. At 22:37, I powered off the night vision device again to perform a scheduled dark adaptation comparison. Protocol required that I remain stationary for 2 minutes with no optical assistance, allowing my eyes to adjust naturally. I stood still in near total darkness. That was when I heard the footstep. It was a single sound, soft, measured. It came from behind me and slightly to the left, no more than 10 meters away. It did not match the gait of an animal. There was no scrambling, no uneven weight shift, just one deliberate placement of something on leaf litter. I did not turn around. I waited for the second sound. It did not come. After the 2 minutes elapsed, I raised the night vision device and powered it back on. There was nothing behind me. No heat signatures. No movement. The forest resumed its low ambient noise as if nothing had occurred. I considered ending the test at that point. Nothing in my contract required me to continue if I felt unsafe. But I could not justify stopping based on a single ambiguous sound. I logged the event and continued. Over the next hour, a pattern emerged. Every time I deactivated the night vision device, something changed. Not visually, but behaviorally. Sounds shifted. The silence returned faster. When the device was active, the forest behaved normally. When it was not, it felt attentive. At 20:58, I decided to test a hypothesis I did not want to articulate aloud. I stood in the clearing and powered the device, on and off at irregular intervals, varying the duration each time. When the device was on, nothing happened. When it was off, the silence deepened, and I began to sense proximity. Not sound, not movement, just the unmistakable awareness that the space around me was occupied. At 07:17, with the device powered off, I felt breath against the back of my neck. It was warm, controlled, close enough that I could feel the displacement of air against my skin. I did not move. I counted silently until my hands stopped shaking. When I powered the device back on, the sensation vanished instantly. The forest returned. The insects resumed. The clearing was empty. Whatever had been there had known exactly when I could see, and when I could not. I ended the test at 07:32. I packed my equipment without turning the device off again. I did not look back as I left the clearing. This report is the first time I have written any of this without redacting it as environmental noise or personal error. I have reviewed the footage repeatedly. There is nothing visible, no distortion, no anomaly, no explanation. But I know this with certainty. That night, I was not being watched all the time. I was being watched only when I was blind. I did not leave the site immediately. That fact still troubles me more than anything else that happened that night. I had already decided the test was compromised. I had already confirmed, at least to myself, that continuing without visual coverage felt unsafe. And yet, instead of retreating straight to the access road, I stopped just beyond the edge of the clearing and stood there, listening. The night vision device remained powered on. I did not trust the darkness anymore, not in the abstract way people fear it, but in a very specific, procedural sense. Darkness had become a condition under which something else operated more freely. That distinction mattered. I moved slowly, deliberately, keeping my steps even. I was hyper-aware of every sound I made. The forest responded the way it had earlier when the device was active. Insects resumed. Leaves shifted with the breeze. Nothing followed me. At Vol.41, I reached a secondary marker I had placed earlier that evening, a reflective strip tied around a low branch. I stopped there and checked my bearings. According to my GPS unit, the service road was less than a kilometer away. That should have been reassuring. Instead, I felt the same pressure I had felt in the clearing, the sense of being timed rather than tracked. I began to realize that movement itself was not what drew attention. The change in conditions did. I decided to test that idea one last time. I stopped walking. I stood perfectly still and powered the night vision device off. The darkness closed in immediately, dense and textureless. My eyes had not had time to adapt. I could barely distinguish the outline of my hands in front of my face. The forest went silent. Not gradually this time, instantly, no transition, no fade. I counted seconds in my head. 5, 10, 15. At 20 seconds, something shifted nearby. Not a step, not a sound I could categorize. More like a redistribution of space, as if whatever occupied the area around me had changed posture. I powered the device back on. The silence broke apart, snapping back into scattered insect noise. The night vision display showed trees, brush, and empty ground. Nothing else. But my GPS unit, clipped to my chest strap, vibrated softly. I looked down. The screen showed a compass error message, followed by a recalibration prompt. That had never happened before. The unit had been functioning normally all evening. I did not turn the device off again. I continued toward the road. As I walked, I became aware of a recurring discrepancy between what I heard and what I saw. Through the device, the forest appeared consistent and unchanging, but the audio environment lagged behind my movements. When I stepped forward, leaves crunched beneath my boots, but the sound arrived a fraction of a second later than expected, like a delayed echo that wasn't an echo at all. At 01:03, I stopped hearing my own breathing. I was still breathing. I could feel my chest rising and falling. But the sound was absent, as if the air around my face had been selectively muted. I checked the device again. Everything looked normal. I remember thinking very clearly that whatever mechanism governed this phenomenon was not visual dominance. It wasn't that I was unseen when blind. It was that something else was using my sensory input as a reference point. When I could not see, it adjusted. When I could, it withdrew. That realization made me deeply uncomfortable. At 01:17, I reached a shallow ravine that cut across my path. Earlier that evening, I had crossed it easily, stepping down and up the other side without difficulty. Now, standing at the edge, it looked different through the night vision lens. Deeper, narrower. The shadows within it seemed to absorb the infrared illumination instead of reflecting it. I hesitated. The rational part of my mind told me this was an optical illusion. Night vision devices can distort depth perception. I adjusted the gain. The ravine remained dark. I took a step forward. As soon as my foot left the ground, the insect stopped again. I froze mid-motion, then slowly shifted my weight back. The sound returned. I stayed where I was and scanned the ravine with the thermal scope. There were no heat signatures. Nothing living, at least nothing that registered as such. I crossed anyway, moving quickly, refusing to pause long enough for the silence to fully settle. On the far side, I kept walking without stopping. By 01:42, I could see the faint outline of the service road through the trees. The ground leveled out, and the underbrush thinned. I felt a surge of relief that I hadn't expected to be so intense. That was when I noticed the problem with my timestamps. The head-mounted camera feed, which should have been continuously recording, showed gaps. Not corrupted data. Not static. Clean breaks where no footage existed at all. Each gap corresponded exactly to the moments when the night vision device had been powered off. That should not have been possible. The camera had its own power supply. It should have continued recording regardless of what the optics were doing. At 01:55, I reached the road. I did not step onto it immediately. I stood at the edge of the trees and looked back into the forest, the device still active. Everything looked ordinary. I felt ridiculous for expecting something else. Against my better judgment, I powered the device off one final time. The road behind me vanished into darkness. The forest in front of me did not change visually, because I could no longer see it. But I could feel it. Close and deliberate, pressing in from all sides. This time there was no hesitation. Something moved. Not toward me, around me. I could hear it now, a soft, circular motion, footsteps placed carefully to avoid snapping branches or disturbing leaves too loudly. It moved with an understanding of my position that was exact and unhurried. I powered the device back on. The footsteps stopped mid-motion. The sound cut off so abruptly it left a ringing in my ears. There was nothing there. I stepped onto the road and did not look back again. I reached my vehicle at 02:11. I locked the doors before starting the engine. Only then did I allow myself to breathe normally. I did not turn off the night vision device until I was inside the vehicle with the interior lights on. Whatever had been in that forest had never chased me. It had simply waited for permission. I sat in the driver's seat for several minutes without starting the engine. The interior lights were on, bright enough to feel abrasive after hours of green, tinted darkness. I kept the night vision device in my hands, powered on, resting it against my chest like a talisman. I told myself this was irrational, that whatever fear response had taken hold would fade once I put distance between myself and the sight. It did not. At 02:18, I started the engine. The sound was shockingly loud. I flinched despite expecting it. As the headlights swept across the road, I watched the tree line carefully. Half convinced I would see movements synchronized to the light, something retreating just beyond illumination. Nothing happened. I drove slowly at first, then faster, until the forest thinned and the road merged with a paved access road. Only then did I allow myself to power the night vision device off. I placed it on the passenger seat and did not look at it again for the rest of the drive. I returned to my temporary lodging shortly after 0300. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat on the edge of the bed until dawn. I did not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the same precise awareness I had felt in the clearing, the sense that something was adjusting itself to my perception. At first light, I reviewed the data. The footage confirmed what I had already seen in the field. Clean gaps, exact intervals. Every time the night vision device powered down, the recording stopped. Not paused, not corrupted, simply absent, as if those moments had never occurred. I checked the camera firmware. No faults. I checked the power logs. No interruptions. The timestamps resumed seamlessly after each gap, as though the system itself accepted the absence as normal. That was when I noticed something else. During the final gap, the one that occurred at the edge of the service road, the GPS data embedded in the recording did not resume where it should have. According to the coordinates, I had not moved for almost 4 minutes. I had no memory of standing there that long. In my recollection, the device was off for less than 10 seconds. I submitted my report that afternoon. I kept it clinical. I described environmental anomalies, equipment inconsistencies, and recommended further testing under controlled conditions. I did not speculate. I did not mention the breath on my neck or the circular footsteps. 2 days later, I was contacted by my supervisor and asked to walk through the report verbally. His questions were precise, bordering on repetitive. How long was the device powered off? Did I feel disoriented? Was I alone? Had I consumed alcohol or stimulants? Had I experienced anxiety during previous field tests? At the end of the call, he paused and asked me something that was not on the checklist. Did you notice anything change when the device wasn't active? I did not answer immediately. How would you know that? I asked. There was another pause. We've had a few reports, he said carefully. Not like yours, but adjacent. The contract was terminated that same week. Officially, it was a budgetary decision. Unofficially, I was told that my methodology introduced difficult to account for. I was paid in full and advised not to pursue independent analysis of the equipment. I returned the night vision unit as requested. The thermal scope was never mentioned. I still have it. I did not touch it for months. The first time I used it again was accidental. A power outage in my neighborhood knocked out the streetlights late one night. I was in my living room, staring out the window at the unfamiliar darkness, when I felt the same unease I had felt in the forest. Not fear. Anticipation. I retrieved the thermal scope from its case and powered it on. The street was empty. Houses glowed faintly with residual heat. Trees showed branching patterns of cooler air between leaves. Then, at the edge of the display, I saw a vertical absence. Not cold. Not hot. Just nothing. I adjusted the angle. It moved with my adjustment, staying at the periphery. When I tried to center it, it slid away, maintaining its position relative to my field of view. I powered the scope off. The feeling returned instantly, close and attentive, as if the space behind me had become occupied. I powered it back on. The absence vanished. I have tested this since then, cautiously, under controlled conditions. The result is always the same. Whatever I encounter does not appear as an image. It appears as a response to observation. It behaves like a system waiting for a state change. I no longer believe it was bound to the forest. I believe, that night vision equipment, by its nature, creates a boundary condition. A line between seen and unseen that something else knows how to cross. When that line disappears, when human perception relinquishes its advantage, it steps closer. I do not test equipment anymore. I avoid darkness when I can. I sleep with lights on. This is not paranoia. It is adaptation. Because I understand something now that I did not before. That night, I was not alone. And whatever learned my habits that evening did not stay behind. It learned the most important thing first. It learned exactly when I cannot see. My name is Trevor Mills. I am a freelance photographer, and for the last 6 years my work has focused almost entirely on landscapes taken at first light. Sunrise is predictable in its unpredictability. Clouds shift, colors change, and for a few minutes the world looks unfinished, like it has not decided what it wants to be yet. That uncertainty is what keeps me coming back. I planned this trip around that idea alone. I chose a cliff edge that faced east, a place with a clean drop, and no trees in the foreground, so the light would hit unobstructed. According to the map, it was remote but accessible within a single afternoon hike. I expected isolation, wind, and cold. I did not expect anything else. I arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The weather was stable, the kind of clear, dry day that tricks you into underestimating how quickly night can turn hostile. My pack was light but complete. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, headlamp, spare batteries, camera gear, tripod. I signed the logbook, shouldered my pack, and started hiking. The trail climbed steadily but never felt dangerous. It was quiet in a normal way. Birds, distant wind through higher trees, the sound of my boots on dirt and rock. Nothing felt wrong. If I had felt anything off, I would have turned around. I have done that before. Pride is not worth getting stranded. By late afternoon, the trees thinned and the terrain opened up. The cliff came into view gradually, not as a sudden drop, but as a sloping stretch of stone that narrowed the closer you got to the edge. From a distance it looked calm, almost gentle. I stayed well back at first, set my pack down, and walked forward without it to scout. The drop was real. Hundreds of feet straight down, no ledges, no gradual descent. The view was perfect. Too perfect, I remember thinking. Like the kind of place people warn you about, because it invites mistakes. I picked a campsite about 15 feet from the edge. Close enough for the angle I wanted in the morning. Far enough that I felt safe. I cleared loose stones, pitched my tent, and anchored it with extra care because the wind was stronger up there. By the time everything was set, the sun was already low. The light was good, but I saved my energy for the morning. I cooked a simple meal, drank water, and checked my camera settings by habit. Everything was normal. I took a few test shots as the sky dimmed, then packed the camera away. Darkness came quickly, faster than I expected. The wind shifted after sunset, not stronger, just different, coming up from below instead of across the ridge. It carried a cold, damp smell, like stone that never sees daylight. I zipped myself into the tent and lay on my back, listening. I do that every night when I camp alone. It helps me understand the environment. Most sounds have patterns. Once you recognize them, your brain stops inventing threats. That night, the patterns never settled. At first it was just the wind, but it kept changing direction in small, irregular ways. My tent fabric tightened and loosened in short bursts, as if something was blocking the airflow, and then moving again. I told myself it was the cliff face redirecting the current. That explanation made sense, and I held onto it longer than I should have. I checked my watch. Just after 10. I decided to sleep. I do not know how long I was out before I woke again, but it was full dark. No moon. No ambient glow. The kind of darkness where the absence of light feels heavy. I reached for my headlamp, but stopped before turning it on. Something about the silence felt deliberate, like a pause. I lay still and listened. The wind had stopped entirely, not slowed. Stopped. That is when I became aware of the space between my tent and the cliff edge. During the day, that space had felt empty, just ground and air beyond it. Now it felt occupied. I could not hear anything. No footsteps, no breathing. Just a pressure, as if the darkness itself had weight, and it was pressing back toward me. My first thought was that an animal had wandered up there. Deer sometimes move through high ground at night. Even bears, rarely. The idea scared me, but it was familiar fear, manageable fear. I turned on my headlamp. The beam cut a narrow tunnel through the dark. Rocks, dirt, the uneven ground I remembered. Nothing else. The edge of the cliff reflected no light, just swallowed it. I swept the beam slowly from left to right, then shut it off. The moment the light disappeared, the pressure returned, stronger this time, like something leaning in. I told myself to stay calm. Fear makes you invent shapes and intentions that are not there. I repeated that silently over and over. I checked my watch again. 11:17 p.m. I stayed awake after that. Every time I started to drift, the sense of something occupying that space sharpened and pulled me back. Sometime after midnight, I heard a sound that did not fit. It was not loud. It was not sudden. It was the sound of something shifting its weight on stone. One movement. Careful. Controlled. It came from directly between my tent and the drop. I froze. My heart rate spiked so hard it made me dizzy. I listened for a follow-up sound. There was none. The silence that followed felt intentional, like a response to my reaction. I reached for the headlamp again, slower this time, and turned it on without sitting up. The beam hit something immediately. It was not a clear shape. Not at first. The light caught an outline where the darkness should have been uninterrupted. A vertical interruption, taller than a person, standing closer to the edge than my campsite, but not far enough away to be separate from me. The beam slid over it without reflecting properly, like it was passing through smoke that had learned how to stand still. I shut the light off instantly. That was instinct, not logic. Every part of me wanted darkness back, even though the darkness was worse. I did not sleep after that. I lay there, watching the inside of my tent lighten and darken, as clouds moved faintly across the stars. The thing did not move closer. It did not move away. It stayed where it was, between me and the cliff, as if it understood exactly how much space to leave. At some point, I realized what terrified me most was not the idea that it might attack me, but the idea that if it moved, it would reveal what it really was. When the first hint of dawn finally touched the sky, the pressure lifted. The wind returned in a gentle, steady flow, the kind I recognized. I waited until there was enough light to see without my headlamp. Then I unzipped the tent. The space between me and the cliff was empty, completely empty. No marks on the ground, no disturbed stones, no explanation. I packed my gear with shaking hands. every movement rushed and clumsy. I did not take a single photo. I left as soon as I could, never turning my back on the edge. I did get sunrise pictures that day, just not the ones I planned. The camera was still running when I reached the trail, and when I reviewed the images later, there were several frames taken during the night. All of them showed the same thing: a dark vertical absence, standing exactly where my tent had been facing, blocking the drop until the light became strong enough to erase it. I did not run down the trail, but I also did not stop moving until the cliff was completely out of sight. Every few steps I felt the urge to look back, to confirm that nothing had followed me, but I resisted it. Turning around felt dangerous in a way I could not explain. My body acted before my thoughts could catch up, pushing me forward with a kind of quiet panic that stayed just below the surface. The sky was growing lighter by the minute, and with it came the illusion of safety, though I no longer trusted light the way I had the day before. The trail down was familiar terrain, but it felt altered, like the angles were wrong. Rocks that should have been obvious appeared suddenly at my feet. The ground sloped in ways I did not remember. I kept thinking about the space behind me, about how that thing had stood exactly where it needed to, not touching me, not forcing me closer to the edge, just occupying the only path between my tent and the drop. The thought repeated itself with every step. It had not blocked me from leaving. It had blocked me from falling. That realization settled into my chest like a weight. By the time I reached the tree line, the sun was fully above the horizon. The forest looked normal again. Birds were active. The air smelled like damp earth and pine instead of cold stone. I stopped there finally and set my pack down. My hands were shaking hard enough that I had to sit to steady myself. I drank water even though I was not thirsty, just to give myself something concrete to focus on. I told myself to think logically. Exhaustion, isolation, unfamiliar terrain. All of those could explain heightened perception and misinterpretation. I had been alone on a cliff at night. My brain could have created an outline out of nothing. But the images on my camera were harder to dismiss. I tried not to think about them as I started hiking again. The rest of the descent should have taken 2 hours. It took almost 4. The trail kept looping back on itself in small, subtle ways. Not dramatic enough to be obvious. Just enough that I found myself passing the same fallen log twice, then a third time. Each time, I told myself I must have misjudged distance or direction. I checked my GPS. It showed steady progress downhill, nothing unusual. Still, the forest felt wrong. Too quiet in patches, then suddenly alive in bursts that made me flinch. About halfway down, I heard footsteps behind me. They were careful, spaced evenly, matching my pace without rushing to close the distance. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I waited, counting my breaths. When I took another step, they resumed. I did not turn around. I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach drop, that whatever had stood between me and the cliff had not stayed behind. I spoke out loud then. Not a shout, just a firm statement. Like I was addressing another person on the trail. I said there was no reason to follow me. My voice sounded thin and small in the open air. There was no response. But the footsteps continued, always just far enough back that I could not pinpoint them. The trail narrowed as it crossed a shallow ravine. Steep sides, loose gravel. A drop that would not kill you outright, but would hurt badly enough to leave you stranded. As I approached it, the footsteps stopped again. The silence felt like a held breath. I crossed carefully, testing each step, aware of how exposed I was. Halfway across, I felt that pressure again. Not behind me this time. In front of me. Something occupied the far side of the ravine, invisible but present, standing where the trail resumed. The sensation was unmistakable now. It was the same controlled stillness from the cliff, the same sense of deliberate placement. I froze. One foot braced on loose stone, heart hammering. I did not need to see it to know it was there. My mind raced through possibilities. If I retreated, it would be behind me again. If I stayed still, I would eventually lose balance. I chose the only option left. I stepped forward. The moment my boot touched solid ground, the pressure vanished. No sound, no movement. Just gone. I stumbled the rest of the way across and did not stop until the trail widened again. When I finally dared to look back, the ravine was empty. I started to understand then that this thing was not trying to trap me. It was positioning itself, always where a mistake would matter most. The realization did not comfort me. It terrified me more than the idea of a predator ever could. The rest of the hike passed in a blur of forced calm and constant vigilance. I reached the trailhead in the late morning, hours behind schedule. There were 2 other cars in the lot. Seeing them felt surreal, like evidence that the normal world still existed. I loaded my gear into my trunk and sat behind the wheel without starting the engine. Just breathing, letting the tension drain slowly from my body. I told myself I was done with it. That whatever had happened belonged to the mountain, not to me. I drove away without looking back. That night, in my apartment, I reviewed the photos again. There were more than I remembered. Images taken not just facing the cliff, but from angles I had not set. Low shots, tilted frames, exposures that suggested the camera had been moved slightly during the night. In several of them, the dark vertical absence was closer to the lens than before, as if it had leaned in to examine it. In the final frame, taken seconds before dawn, the absence was thinner, stretched, no longer blocking the drop entirely. It was stepping aside. I did not sleep after that. I sat on my couch until morning, lights on, blinds open, trying to convince myself that distance and walls meant safety. Somewhere deep down, I knew better. Whatever had stood between me and the cliff had not been bound to that place. It had learned how I move. The rest of that day passed in fragments. I showered without feeling the water. I ate because I knew I had to, not because I was hungry. Every sound in my apartment registered as potential movement, every shift of air as a presence changing position. I kept telling myself I was safe, that the cliff was miles away, that whatever I had experienced was bound to that place, and that place alone. I said it enough times that the words began to lose meaning. By early afternoon, exhaustion hit me hard and fast. My body demanded rest even as my mind resisted it. I compromised by lying down fully clothed on top of the bed, lights still on, phone in my hand. I told myself I would close my eyes for 10 minutes. Just long enough to reset. I woke to silence so complete it felt artificial. Not the normal quiet of an apartment building, but a hollow absence, like sound had been removed rather than allowed to fade. The lights were still on. The time on my phone said 5:42 p.m. My heart started racing before I understood why. Then I felt it. That familiar pressure, faint but unmistakable, settling into the space between me and the bedroom door. I did not move. I did not breathe any deeper than I had to. I stared at the door, waiting for something to appear, but nothing did. The pressure did not come from behind it. It came from the doorway itself, as if something was standing exactly where the threshold was, occupying the idea of an exit rather than blocking it physically. I forced myself to sit up. The pressure intensified for a moment, then stabilized, like it was adjusting to my change in position. My mouth went dry. I realized then that this thing did not need darkness to exist. It did not need wilderness. It needed moments where balance mattered, where one wrong step could become something irreversible. I spoke again, quietly, my voice shaking despite my effort to steady it. I said I understood. I said I was careful. I said there was no need for this to continue. The pressure did not respond. I stood slowly, keeping my movements deliberate. The moment I put weight on my feet, the pressure shifted, repositioning itself between me and the hallway beyond the door. It was subtle, but clear enough that there was no denying it anymore. I laughed once, a sharp, humorless sound, because the alternative was screaming. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the dresser. I needed to leave, to put myself somewhere with people, movement, unpredictability. As I reached for the door handle, the pressure surged, so strong it made my vision blur at the edges. My hand stopped inches from the knob. I understood then what it was doing. It was not stopping me from leaving. It was stopping me from rushing, from panicking, from making the kind of mistake that happens when fear takes over. The realization came with a wave of nausea and something like reluctant clarity. I took a breath. I slowed my hand. I opened the door carefully, deliberately. The pressure eased enough to let me pass. The hallway outside my apartment was empty, normal. Fluorescent lights humming softly. Doors closed. I stepped out and locked my door behind me. As soon as I did, the pressure shifted again, now positioned at the far end of the hallway near the stairwell. I did not take the elevator. The thought of being enclosed in a small, moving box made my chest tighten painfully. I walked toward the stairs at a measured pace. Each step felt like a negotiation. The pressure retreated just enough to allow me forward, then settled again at the next point where a fall would matter most. The top of the stairwell, the turn in the landing, the final flight down. It guided me without touching me, shepherding me through danger with an indifference that was somehow worse than malice. Outside, the late afternoon sun was already dipping low. Clouds had rolled in, flattening the light and casting everything in a dull gray. I crossed the parking lot toward my car. The pressure hovered near the curb, exactly where drivers sometimes speed through without looking. I waited. A car passed. The pressure lifted. I crossed safely. I drove for hours after that, not to anywhere specific, just away. As long as I stayed focused, stayed calm, stayed deliberate, the presence remained distant, barely perceptible, like a shadow that refused to detach completely. When I caught myself drifting mentally, replaying the images from the camera, the pressure crept closer again, reminding me to stay present. By the time the sky darkened fully, I pulled into a well-lit rest stop off the highway. People were everywhere. Families, truckers, couples stretching their legs. The normalcy was overwhelming. I sat in my car and watched them for a long time before getting out. The pressure lingered at the edge of the lot. Faint now, almost respectful. I understood then that this was not something I could escape by running. It was something I would have to live alongside. That night back home I deleted the photos. Every last one. Not out of fear they would prove something, but out of a growing certainty that documenting it invited attention I could not afford. When the final file vanished, the pressure receded further than it had all day, retreating into the background of my awareness. I sleep now. Not well, but enough. I live more carefully than I used to. I take my time at crossings. I double-check my footing on stairs. I avoid edges, both literal and figurative. When I feel that familiar pressure, I do not fight it anymore. I pause. I breathe. I move with intention. I have not returned to the cliff, and I never will. I do not take sunrise photos anymore. I shoot landscapes in broad daylight, from stable ground, with room to step back. Sometimes, in moments when I am distracted or careless, I sense it again, positioning itself quietly, patiently, between me and whatever drop I have not noticed yet. I do not know what it is. I do not know why it chose me. I only know this. It stood between me and the edge all night. Not to push me, not to save me, but to make sure that if I fell, it would be my choice. My name is Noah Finch. I am 34 years old, and I have spent most of my adult life studying survival. Not as a hobby, but as a discipline. I am not an influencer, not a thrill seeker, and not someone who believes luck will save them in the wilderness. I teach outdoor safety workshops, I consult for search and rescue training simulations, and I keep a laminated list of survival rules in the outer pocket of every pack I own. Those rules have kept me alive through flash floods, hypothermia scares, wildlife encounters, and a winter extraction that should have ended badly. This is why what happened to me last fall still doesn't make sense. I entered the forest alone by choice for a single overnight field test. The location was a managed but rarely visited section of national forest, several miles beyond the last maintained trail. No closures. No warnings. No recent incident reports. I signed in at the ranger station, logged my coordinates, and set a hard exit deadline for the following morning. Everything about the trip was controlled, deliberate and conservative. By noon I was moving off trail, navigating by terrain rather than GPS, pacing myself, marking subtle landmarks only I would recognize. I followed my own rules without deviation. Water before hunger. Shelter before dark. Fire only when necessary. Food secured and suspended. Noise discipline. Perimeter awareness. I chose my campsite just before sunset. It was a shallow depression between mature pines elevated enough to avoid runoff, with natural windbreaks and clear sightlines in 3 directions. The fourth side sloped downward into denser brush, so I positioned my shelter opening away from it. I cleared debris, checked for tracks, scat, broken branches. Nothing recent, nothing wrong. Still, habit made me build redundancy. I strung a simple perimeter line with noise markers, nuddle clips, not bells, spaced irregularly so I could tell direction and distance by sound. I staged my pack for a fast grab. Knife on my dominant side. Headlamp on a low glare setting. Bear spray within arm's reach. Even though there had been no reported activity in the area for months. By the time darkness settled in, I felt that familiar calm that comes from preparation done right. The forest sounded normal. Wind through needles. Insects. A distant owl. No sudden silences. No sense of being watched. I ate cold, cleaned meticulously, and hung my food higher than recommended, because I always do. Then I sat still for 15 minutes, just listening. This is another rule. Never crawl into shelter immediately. Give the forest time to react to your presence. Let anything curious reveal itself while you are awake and alert. Nothing did. I entered my shelter around 9:40 p.m., The temperature had dropped faster than expected, but within range. I logged the conditions in my notebook, zipped in, and lay on my back with my eyes open, counting breaths, letting the night pass around me. The first noise came just after 11. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was the faintest metallic click from my perimeter line, far to my left. One marker, one contact. I froze. Rule: do not react to a single disturbance. Animals test boundaries. Curiosity brushes against caution. You stay still, you listen, you learn. I waited. 2 minutes passed. Then another click, closer this time, same spacing, same height off the ground as the first. That caught my attention. Most animals don't move laterally along a perimeter. They approach and retreat. This was tracking the line itself. Still, I didn't move. I slowed my breathing. I shifted my attention outward, mapping distance by sound alone. Then something else happened. The third click came from behind me. That should not have been possible without crossing open ground and triggering at least 2 other markers. But there it was, clean, singular, deliberate. My heart rate increased, but my hands stayed steady. I reached for my headlamp and angled it toward the shelter wall without turning it on. Rule: never flood the dark unless you are ready to commit to what you reveal. I waited again. The forest went quiet, not dead silent, but muted, like someone had turned the volume down. Insects faded, wind softened, even the owl stopped calling. Then I heard breathing. It was low and controlled, not labored, not animal panting. It matched the rhythm of my own breaths, for 3 cycles before stopping entirely. I did not panic. Panic breaks rules. I reviewed them instead. Identify. Dieter. Escalate only if necessary. I spoke calmly, clearly, announcing myself the way I had been trained. I named my presence. I made myself human. I waited for a response that would make sense. What I got instead was movement. Something shifted its weight just outside my shelter, close enough that I could hear fabric react to displaced air. It circled once, slow and careful, never touching the shelter, never triggering another marker. It knew where they were. That was when I realized the rules I followed were being tested. Not blindly, but intelligently. The perimeter wasn't breached. It was studied. The food wasn't approached. The fire wasn't challenged. Whatever was out there wasn't hungry. It was learning. I reached for my bear spray and thumbed the safety off, the quiet click sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. Immediately, the breathing stopped again, as if the sound had meaning to it. I stayed awake the rest of the night. I did not exit the shelter. I did not turn on the light. I did not break a single rule I had lived by for years. And sometime before dawn, I became certain of something that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. The thing outside was not reacting to my actions. It was anticipating them. I did not sleep. That sounds obvious, but it matters how awake I was. I wasn't lying there drifting in and out, not half-dreaming shapes into the dark. I was fully alert, muscles tense but controlled, senses stretched thin, tracking every change in sound, pressure, and air movement around my shelter. Time lost its shape. Minutes felt long, then suddenly collapsed into nothing. The thing outside never touched the shelter. It stayed just beyond the fabric, close enough that I could feel its presence without seeing it. Occasionally, I heard the faint compression of needles under weight. Slow, careful steps, spaced evenly, as if it understood exactly how much sound the ground would tolerate. Rule: predators pace. They test reactions. They look for patterns. I stayed still. At some point, the breathing returned. Not continuous. Not aggressive. Just a single inhale, slow and deep, followed by silence that stretched until my chest ached in sympathy. Then another breath. Same rhythm, same restraint. I counted. 3 breaths. Pause. 3 breaths. Pause. It was mimicking the pattern I had fallen into earlier that night before I realized I was no longer alone. That realization hit harder than fear. Fear is loud. This was quiet, precise, and patient. I shifted my fingers slightly, testing mobility. The sound was minimal, but the reaction was immediate. The breathing stopped mid-cycle. The forest responded. 2. An abrupt stillness that felt coordinated rather than natural. That was when I understood something I had never written into my rules. Rules only work when the other side doesn't know them. I forced myself to wait another 20 minutes. I checked my watch only by touch, counting the notches on the bezel. Dawn was still hours away. Hypothermia wasn't a concern yet. But staying perfectly still forever wasn't sustainable either. Eventually, I would have to move. And when I did, whatever was out there would learn something new. I decided to break a rule deliberately. Slowly, carefully. I reached for my headlamp and turned it on at its lowest red setting. The glow was faint, barely enough to illuminate the inside of the shelter. I angled it downward, never toward the opening. Nothing happened at first. Then the pressure changed. The air just outside the shelter shifted, like someone leaning closer to listen. The fabric flexed slightly, not from contact, but from proximity. I spoke again, firmer this time. Not shouting, not pleading. I stated boundaries. I named the forest. I named the direction I would leave in the morning. I said everything survival training says you should say when asserting presence. The response came in the form of movement. Smooth, quiet. Circling again, but closer than before. It stopped directly in front of the shelter opening. I could see the shadow now. Not a clear shape. Not a silhouette I could describe, just an absence where the red light failed to reflect properly. Trees still caught the glow. Ground debris did. Whatever stood there did not. My grip tightened on the bare spray. My thumb rested on the trigger. Rule. Deterrents only work if deployed with commitment. Half measures invite escalation. I waited until the shadow shifted again, until it leaned forward just enough that the shelter fabric trembled. Then I discharged a short burst through the opening. The reaction was immediate, but not the one I expected. There was no roar, no retreat, no crashing escape through brush. Instead, the breathing returned, sharp and fast for the first time, accompanied by a sound I can only describe as surprise. Not pain, not fear. Surprise. Then it moved. Fast. The perimeter line of noise as multiple markers triggered in rapid succession, not randomly, but in a clean arc away from my shelter. It ran, but not blindly. It chose the widest gap, the path of least resistance, exactly where an experienced tracker would exit. Silence followed. My heart pounded so hard it threatened to override my discipline, but I stayed put. Rule never assume departure, never pursue. Minutes passed, then more. The forest slowly resumed its background noise, hesitant at first, then gradually returning to something resembling normal. I did not relax. Not yet. Sometime close to 4 a.m. I heard it again, but farther away now. Not circling, not testing. Moving parallel to my position, keeping distance, matching elevation. Tracking me without approaching. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening just enough to define the tree line. I waited until I could see clearly before unzipping the shelter. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of damp earth and pine. Nothing looked disturbed near the entrance. No tracks. No broken branches. Even the ground around the perimeter markers looked wrong. Too clean. Like something had stepped exactly where it needed to and nowhere else. I packed quickly, efficiently, skipping nothing. I did not eat. I did not linger. I dismantled my camp without leaving a trace, just as I always taught others to do. As I shouldered my pack and took my first step out of the depression, I felt it again. That sensation of alignment, of something moving when I moved. I stopped. The forest stopped with me. I turned slowly, scanning the brush downhill. Still nothing visible. But I knew, with a certainty that made my hands shake, that whatever had adapted to my rules last night was adapting again. I began to walk. After 5 steps, something matched them. Not behind me, to my right, just far enough away to stay unseen. I did not run. Running teaches pursuit. Instead, I changed my route. I broke away from my planned exit, angling toward rougher terrain, forcing elevation changes, deadfall crossings, and narrow passages. These are places animals avoid unless necessary. It followed anyway. Every adjustment I made, it mirrored. Sometimes anticipating the turn before I committed to it, shifting position, as if it already knew where I would go next. That was when the final truth settled in, heavy and undeniable. I wasn't being hunted for food. I was being tested for behavior. And whatever was learning from me wasn't finished yet. By the time the sun cleared the tree line, I had been moving for nearly an hour. I kept my pace steady, controlled, never fast enough to suggest panic, never slow enough to invite pressure. My breathing was deliberate. My posture relaxed, almost casual. This was another rule. Never let a watcher learn that you feel hunted. Fear sharpens attention. Confidence invites mistakes. The forest around me looked ordinary in the early light. Dew clung to low branches. Birds returned in uneven bursts, cautious but present. If someone had passed me on a trail at that moment, they would have seen nothing but a man hiking out, after a quiet night alone. That normalcy was the most disturbing part. I could feel it again, not as a sound or a movement, but as an adjustment in space. When I slowed slightly on an incline, something else slowed with me. When I paused to step over deadfall, the pressure in the air shifted, as if another body had also stopped moving. Always to my right. Always just out of sight. Rule: never confirm pursuit unless you must. I needed proof before I escalated. I altered my path abruptly, cutting across a patch of loose gravel near a dry creek bed, a surface that holds impressions easily. I crossed once, doubled back, then continued uphill at an angle, careful to avoid disturbing the same ground again. Then I waited. 30 seconds passed. Then gravel shifted. Not where I expected it, but where I had crossed, but where I was going next. That was the moment the last illusion fell away. It was not reacting to me. It was predicting me. Every rule I had followed, every pattern, every best practice, had become data. My caution had taught it patience. My discipline had taught it efficiency. I had survived the night, but I had also trained something in the process. I made a decision that went against every instinct I had. I stopped following rules. Not recklessly, not blindly, but deliberately, one by one, in ways that would poison whatever model it had built of me. I stumbled on purpose. I changed my breathing pattern erratically. I took sudden detours that led nowhere, then reversed direction without reason. I crouched behind a fallen log for no tactical advantage, then stood again too quickly. The forest responded poorly to that. Branches shifted. Not closer, wider. The pressure I had felt all morning fractured, as if whatever was tracking me had to reposition repeatedly, losing confidence in my trajectory. For the first time since the night before, I felt uncertainty radiating outward instead of inward. But uncertainty didn't mean retreat. I caught my first glimpse of it near a narrow ravine. Not a full view. Just movement resolving into form for half a second. Too long to ignore. It was tall. Taller than it should have been. Its motion was smooth but wrong. Joints bending with intention rather than necessity. When it realized I had seen it, it did not freeze. It corrected. It stepped behind a tree that was not wide enough to hide its full outline, as if assuming my perception would fill in the gap the way it expected. I turned and faced it fully for the first time. "Stop," I said, loud and clear. The word echoed. The forest held its breath again. Something shifted behind the tree, not forward, not back, sideways. Repositioning to maintain an angle, I raised my bear spray and held it there, not firing, letting the threat exist without action. Rule: escalation is communication. I waited. After several seconds, it moved away. Not retreating, resetting distance. Giving me space the way a chess player's back to reassess the board. I resumed walking, this time toward a logging road marked on my map, a hard boundary, a place where unpredictability increased. Machines. Human scent. Noise. Variables it would not control easily. The pressure followed for another 20 minutes, thinning gradually, losing cohesion. When I reached the road, the sensation vanished. So abruptly it almost made me stumble. I didn't stop until I reached my vehicle. I locked the doors, started the engine, and sat there shaking, while the heater blasted cold morning air across my hands. I scanned the tree line for movement. Nothing stepped out. Nothing followed. I drove straight to the ranger station and filed a report that stuck to facts only. No speculation. No descriptions that couldn't be measured or verified. Disturbance. Unidentified presence. Abnormal tracking behavior. The ranger listened politely, wrote notes, and nodded the way people do when they've heard something strange but survivable. I did not argue, because the truth wasn't something I wanted on record anyway. Since that day, I have rewritten my survival rules, not to make them better, but to make them inconsistent. I teach variation now, randomization, behavioral noise. I tell people that predators don't just hunt bodies anymore. They hunt habits. I still go into the wilderness. I still sleep alone out there. But I never do the same thing twice. Not the same camp layout. Not the same routines. Not the same responses. Because somewhere out there, something learned that night. And I am certain of one final thing. It let me leave. My name is Scott Reynolds. I am 37 years old, employed as a contract survey technician for regional land management projects. And I have spent most of my adult life working in forests that most people only ever see from the edge of a trailhead. I am trained to notice what does not belong. That skill is why I am writing this now. And it is also why I wish I had turned around earlier that day. I entered the forest just after sunrise, parking my truck at a service gate that had been locked and unused for years. The assignment was simple and routine. Verify boundary markers for a future conservation easement, log coordinates, photograph natural features, and exit before dark. I had done variations of this work dozens of times. I carried a GPS unit, a field notebook, a handheld radio, and enough food and water for a long day. There was no reason for concern, and nothing about the weather or terrain suggested trouble. The forest itself was unremarkable in the way deep forests often are. Old growth mixed with regrowth, dense underbrush in places where storms had knocked trees down years earlier, and long stretches of quiet broken only by wind through branches. There were no maintained trails where I was working, only faint game paths and the occasional logging scar from decades past. I moved slowly, deliberately, flagging points and double, checking coordinates, letting hours pass without noticing. The first sign that something was wrong came shortly before noon, though I did not recognize it as such at the time. My GPS unit briefly lost signal, something that happens under heavy canopy, but when it reacquired, my recorded track showed a sharp deviation I did not remember walking. I assumed it was a software glitch. I marked the note and continued. It was about 20 minutes later that I saw the shoe. It lay on its side in a shallow depression between two fallen logs, half pressed into damp soil. At first glance, I thought it was trash that someone had carried in and discarded, which annoyed me more than it alarmed me. But as I stepped closer, the scale of it registered. It was small, a child's shoe, no larger than what a 6- or 7-year-old might wear. Blue fabric scuffed at the toe, one loose lace trailing like a thin white line into the leaves. I stopped several feet away and did not move. Children do not wander miles off trail in protected forest without leaving a trail of evidence behind them. There were no footprints, no disturbed undergrowth leading in or out. The ground around the shoe was undisturbed, except for the shallow imprint where it rested, as if it had been placed there carefully, rather than dropped in motion. I remember checking my surroundings before looking back at the shoe, a reflex I had developed over years of fieldwork. Nothing moved. No birds lifted. No insects hummed. The forest had gone quiet in a way that felt deliberate, as if it were holding its breath. I told myself the obvious explanation. Someone had lost it long ago. Animals move objects. Time erases context. I reached for my camera to document it for my report, thinking perhaps there had been a missing child case in the area years prior that I had never heard about. That was when the thought entered my head. Pick it up. It did not sound like a voice. There was no sound at all. It was simply a complete instruction, fully formed, inserted into my awareness without preamble or emotion. I did not jump or gasp. I stood there, camera in hand, and stared at the shoe while my body reacted before my mind did. My heart rate increased. My hands went cold. Every instinct I had developed over years of safe decision-making urged me not to touch it. I lowered the camera. The thought came again, more insistent this time, accompanied by a physical sensation that is difficult to describe. Pressure behind my eyes, a tightening at the base of my skull. Not pain, but expectation, as if something had noticed hesitation and was waiting for me to correct it. I took a step back. The pressure eased slightly, enough for me to breathe normally again. I wrote a brief note in my field book, instead of photographing the shoe, marking the coordinates and describing its appearance. I told myself I would report it when I returned to the office. That should have been the end of it. It was not. As I resumed my route, I became aware of a subtle change in my perception of distance. Trees I passed seemed closer together than before, their spacing compressed in a way that made judging progress difficult. My GPS continued to function, but the track line now showed small deviations I could not account for. Each time I stopped to reorient myself, I felt the same faint pressure behind my eyes, as if pausing was discouraged. I told myself I was imagining patterns where none existed. An hour later, I smelled something that did not belong. Not decay, not smoke, but the faint, clean scent of laundry detergent. Out of place in the wilderness. It reminded me of childhood, of clean clothes folded warm from a dryer. The realization unsettled me more than the shoe had. I stopped again. Pick it up. The thought returned with clarity. And this time it was paired with an image. Not a face, not a body, but a small hand disappearing into darkness. Fingers curled as if waiting to be held. The image lasted less than a second, but it left me shaken enough that I nearly dropped my radio. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the forest. Still nothing, no movement, no sound. Yet the sense of being observed had intensified. Not watched from afar, but assessed from within the space around me, as if the forest itself were aware of my refusal. I considered abandoning the survey and heading back immediately. The rational part of my mind listed reasons to do exactly that. But another thought followed, quieter, more dangerous. You are already late. I checked my watch. It was accurate. The day had progressed faster than I realized. If I turned back now, I would still make it to the truck before dark, but only just. I chose to continue, convincing myself that finishing the last section would give me peace of mind. The terrain sloped downward, leading into a low area where the trees grew closer together in the light, dimmed despite the early afternoon sun. That was where I saw the second shoe. It was identical to the first, placed upright this time, toes pointed directly toward me. I did not approach it. I did not write it down. I did not pretend this was coincidence. I stood where I was and felt the pressure return, stronger now, wrapping around my thoughts like a tightening band. Pick it up, Scott. The use of my name was not a sound. It was knowledge. Something had learned it, and something expected compliance. I backed away, one careful step at a time, never turning my back on the shoe. The pressure intensified with each step, my vision narrowing until the forest blurred at the edges. When I stopped retreating, it eased, as if a boundary had been reached. I realized then that this was no longer about the shoe itself. It was about my response, and whatever was waiting in that forest had all day to see how I would choose. I did not turn around immediately. That decision still troubles me more than anything else that happened afterward. I stood there in the low ground, the second shoe several meters ahead of me, and waited for something obvious to reveal itself. A sound, a movement, a rational explanation that would allow my mind to snap back into familiar patterns. Nothing did. The forest remained still, but it was no longer neutral. The silence felt curated, as if every natural noise had been deliberately removed. Even the wind had stopped moving through the canopy. I could hear my own breathing too clearly, each inhale sounding intrusive in the quiet. I forced myself to move, choosing a direction that would take me upslope and back toward higher ground. As soon as my boots shifted the leaves, the pressure behind my eyes returned. It was stronger now, accompanied by a subtle disorientation, like standing up too fast. The sensation was not painful, but it was corrective, the way a sharp tone corrects behavior in training animals. You are going the wrong way. The thought was immediate and absolute. I stopped walking. The pressure eased slightly. I tested the response by taking a single step backward. The pressure intensified. When I stepped forward again, toward the shoe, it relaxed. I understood then that whatever this was, it was responsive. It was tracking not just my location, but my intent. I did not comply. Instead, I turned 90 degrees and moved laterally, skirting the area rather than retreating or advancing. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the forest itself seemed to adjust. The ground dipped more steeply than it should have. Branches snagged my sleeves. The path of least resistance curved subtly, guiding me back toward where the shoe waited. I stopped again, heart pounding, and forced myself to look down at my GPS. The screen flickered, then stabilized, showing my position several hundred meters from where I knew I was. The error was not random. The displayed location corresponded to the coordinates, where I had first seen the shoe. I shut the unit off and clipped it to my pack, refusing to look at it again. The smell returned as I moved, faint but persistent. Clean fabric. Soap. Something domestic and deeply wrong in that setting. It followed me regardless of direction, growing stronger when I hesitated, and fading slightly when I stood still. The implication settled heavily in my chest. I was not being chased. I was being guided. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to change. Not the normal golden slant of late day, but a dulling, as if the forest were absorbing more light than it should. Shadows pooled unnaturally between tree trunks, stretching farther than the sun's position justified. My watch told me it was still early, but my body felt the onset of evening fatigue. I checked my radio and attempted to make contact with the regional office, keeping my voice steady as I reported a potential missing child item found off trail. Static answered me. Not interference, but empty signal, as if no frequency existed to receive my transmission. I tried again on an emergency channel. Nothing. Pick it up. The instruction returned, patient now, almost reassuring. Along with it came another image, clearer this time. A small figure standing just beyond the edge of visibility, face obscured by shadow, 1 foot bare. The image carried emotion with it. Not fear, not pain, expectation. I felt something shift inside me then. A subtle erosion of certainty. The thought occurred, unbidden and unwelcome, that perhaps picking up the shoe was the correct action. That maybe this was how lost things were resolved. Found, returned, closed. I argued with myself aloud, the sound of my own voice grounding me briefly. I listed protocols. I reminded myself of basic safety training. I told myself that no legitimate search and rescue scenario involved following unexplained psychological impulses deeper into wilderness. The forest did not respond to my reasoning. It responded only to my movement. I became aware of a presence behind me, not audible, not visible, but undeniable. The sensation was like standing too close to the edge of a drop, where the body reacts before the mind acknowledges danger. Each time I turned to face it, there was nothing there. But when I looked forward again, the sensation returned, closer. I walked faster, no longer trying to navigate precisely, just moving. The terrain grew more difficult, roots and rocks forcing me to slow despite my urgency. Each stumble was met with a surge of pressure, sharp and disorienting, as if punishing inefficiency. You are running out of time. I did not know what that meant, but I believed it. The third shoe appeared just as the light began to fail completely. It lay directly in my path, impossible to avoid without stepping far off course. This one was dirtier than the others, the fabric darkened as if soaked and dried repeatedly. A child's name was written inside the heel in faded marker. I did not lean close enough to read it. I stopped so abruptly that my knees locked. The forest felt closer now, the space between trees compressed until the air itself seemed heavy. The pressure behind my eyes built steadily, no longer ebbing with stillness. It was constant, insistent, like a held breath that would not release. "Pick it up, Scott. You're almost done." The words carried relief. Completion. An end to the tension. I realized with chilling clarity that this was not about the shoes individually. They were markers. Proof of progress. Each refusal had cost me time, space, energy. I understood then what would happen if I picked it up. I would be allowed to leave. But I also knew, with a certainty that bypassed logic, that whatever was guiding me would not be finished with me afterward. I stepped around the shoe deliberately, painfully aware of every muscle in my body. The pressure spiked so sharply that I cried out, dropping to one knee. My vision blurred, and for a moment the forest seemed to tilt, the ground slanting towards something unseen. In that moment, I felt something else for the first time. Frustration, not mine. The sensation passed as quickly as it came, replaced by something colder and more dangerous. The smell vanished. The images stopped. The pressure withdrew entirely, leaving behind a hollow clarity that terrified me more than the guidance had. The forest went back to normal. Birds resumed calling. Leaves rustled faintly overhead. The light stabilized, revealing a familiar slope and, beyond it, a break in the trees I recognized from my morning approach. I did not stop moving until I reached it. Behind me, somewhere deep in the forest, something waited to see what I would do next. I reached the edge of the trees, just as the last of the afternoon light began to thin, not disappearing so much as losing its depth. Colors flattened. Shadows stopped stretching and instead pooled where they fell. I stood there longer than I should have, breathing hard, listening to the forest resume its ordinary sounds as if nothing had happened. Birds called. Leaves shifted. Somewhere far off, a branch snapped and then nothing followed. Normality returned with such precision that it felt rehearsed. I checked my watch. According to it, I had lost nearly 2 hours I could not account for. The service road was visible through the trees, a narrow strip of gravel curving downhill toward where my truck was parked. Relief hit me in a delayed wave, heavy enough to make my hands shake. I stepped out of the forest and onto the road, boots crunching loudly in the quiet. The sound grounded me. I took several more steps, then stopped. The pressure did not return. That absence felt wrong. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. From the road, the forest looked no different than it had that morning. Dense, uninviting, ordinary. No shoes, no markers. No sign that anything unusual had happened within it at all. If not for the notes in my field book, and the raw exhaustion in my muscles, I might have convinced myself it had been a stress response, a cascade of misinterpretations driven by isolation. I opened my field book anyway, standing in the open where the sky was still visible above me. The pages were intact, but several entries were missing. Not torn out, simply absent. The page where I had described the first shoe ended mid-sentence. The next page resumed with a coordinate I did not recognize, written in my handwriting but not remembered. I closed the book and put it away. As I walked toward my truck, I became aware of a growing sense of anticipation, not internal, but ambient, as if the forest behind me were paying close attention to my exit. I did not speed up. I did not slow down. I focused on keeping my movements deliberate, ordinary. The truck was exactly where I had left it. No signs of tampering. No marks in the dust except my own tire tracks. I unlocked it, climbed inside, and shut the door with more force than necessary. Only, Then did I allow myself to look back one last time. Something small lay at the edge of the road, half hidden by grass. I did not get out. Through the windshield, I could see enough to know what it was. Blue fabric, a loose white lace, positioned carefully where the forest met the gravel, just far enough away that I would have to leave the truck to reach it. The engine turned over on the first try. I did not hesitate. I pulled away, tires kicking up dust as I drove down the road without looking back again. The drive out of the area took longer than it should have. The road curved more than I remembered, the forest pressing close on both sides. Several times, I caught myself slowing down without realizing it, my foot easing off the accelerator as if responding to something subtle and unseen. Each time, I forced myself to speed up again, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. When I finally reached the highway, the sense of anticipation faded. Traffic noise replaced silence. Cell service returned. I pulled over at the first safe turnout and sat there, engine running, until my breathing evened out. I called the regional office and reported the shoe. I kept my account factual. Location, description, time. I did not mention the others. I did not mention the sensations. The response was professional and restrained. They told me they would notify local authorities and search and rescue, and that I should submit my field notes as soon as possible. That night, at home, I cleaned my gear methodically, going through routines that felt suddenly precious in their normality. When I emptied my pack, I found a small amount of dirt in the bottom pocket that I did not remember collecting. Embedded in it was a thin blue thread. I threw the pocket liner away. Sleep did not come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I expected pressure, images, instruction. None came. The absence was worse. I woke several times convinced I had heard something outside my window, only to find the street empty and quiet. The next morning, I received a call from a deputy with the county sheriff's office. Search teams had gone out at first light. They found the shoe I had reported exactly where I described it. They did not find any others. No tracks. No disturbed ground. No indication that a child had been there recently or at all. There were no open missing child cases matching the description. When I asked about the service road, the deputy paused before answering. He told me the section I had exited onto had been closed for maintenance for over a year, and that access gates were locked at both ends. According to their records, there was no legal way to enter or exit that stretch on foot. I did not argue. I submitted my report later that day. It was returned to me for clarification. Several coordinates I had logged did not correspond to real locations. When plotted, they formed a rough line leading deeper into the forest, away from any trail, road, or landmark. The office asked me to verify the data. I declined the follow-up assignment. Weeks passed, then months. I returned to work in different regions, closer to maintained trails, closer to people. I avoided deep backcountry surveys. No one questioned the change. In this line of work, preferences are respected. I thought about the shoe less often as time went on, though it never disappeared entirely. Sometimes, in crowded places, I would catch the faintest hint of that clean, domestic scent and feel my attention tug in a direction I did not want to follow. It always faded quickly. Last week, an envelope arrived at my apartment with no return address. Inside was a single photograph printed on cheap paper. It showed the edge of a gravel road meeting dense trees. The lighting suggested late afternoon. At the bottom of the frame, partly cropped, was the toe of a small blue shoe. On the back, in handwriting that matched my own field notes, was a simple message. You were supposed to carry it out. I have not returned to that forest. I do not intend to. But I am certain of this. Whatever waits there understands patience. My name is Andrew Keller. I am a licensed land surveyor by profession, and for the past 11 years my work has taken me into places most people never intentionally enter. Remote parcels, unmaintained access roads, forests that exist only as blank space on a map until someone like me is paid to define them. I am trained to trust instruments, check readings, and document inconsistencies with precision. I am not prone to exaggeration. What happened to me did not require imagination. It required endurance. On the morning of October 14th, I parked my truck at the last legal turnout, before the service road narrowed into something that barely qualified as a trail. My assignment was simple on paper: confirm boundary markers for a land transfer tied to an abandoned mineral claim. The coordinates were old. The terrain was not. I was told GPS reception would be unreliable, but that was common in deep valleys and heavy canopy. I packed accordingly. Redundant maps, compass, signal mirror, satellite beacon which I tested before leaving the truck. Everything worked then. The first anomaly occurred less than 40 minutes into the hike. My handheld GPS unit stopped updating. The screen froze on a set of coordinates that no longer matched my movement. I stopped, waited, recalibrated, and restarted it. No change. I switched to my backup device. Same issue. Both units showed signal strength without positional correction, as if the satellites were present, but refusing to agree on where I was. I marked my location manually on a topographic map and continued, relying on compass bearing and terrain association. The forest was dense but navigable. No undergrowth thick enough to slow progress. No animal noise beyond the normal scatter of birds and distant wind through the canopy. By early afternoon, I reached the general area where the boundary markers should have been. I never found them. Instead, I found something else. A narrow campsite clearing that did not appear on any of my maps. The ground was flattened, old fire ring in the center, stones blackened but arranged carefully. No trash, no recent ash. Just a place where someone had stayed and then erased themselves. I checked my watch. Still early enough to rid the truck before dark, but I made the decision to stay. That choice matters. I wanted to confirm coordinates at first light, and hiking unfamiliar terrain at night, without GPS, posed more risk than staying put. I set up my tent on the edge of the clearing, marked my compass bearing toward the exit trail, and recorded everything in my field notebook. At 16:20, I heard movement at the tree line. It was not abrupt. No snapping branches, just the sound of weight shifting against leaf litter. Slow and deliberate, like someone adjusting their footing to remain unseen. I called out, identified myself, and received no response. The sound stopped. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Nothing else happened. By sunset, the forest felt wrong in a way that is difficult to explain without sounding dramatic. Sound carried oddly. My voice felt dampened, absorbed before it traveled. When I checked my GPS units again, both screens displayed the same frozen coordinates as earlier, unchanged despite hours of movement. My satellite beacon, however, still showed ready status. That gave me enough confidence to sleep. I woke at 18:57 to the sound of footsteps circling my tent. They were slow, evenly spaced, heavy enough to register through the ground. light enough not to disturb branches. I counted them without realizing I was doing it. One full rotation, then another. Then they stopped directly behind my head. I held my breath and listened for breathing. There was none. After several seconds, the steps resumed, completing another circle before fading back into the trees. I did not leave my tent. I did not activate the beacon. I waited until my breathing steadied and sleep returned in fragments. At 20:41, I woke again. This time, the footsteps were farther out, matching my own pace from earlier that day. The rhythm was exact. Heel, pause, toe, pause. I unzipped the tent just enough to look out. The clearing was empty. No movement, no sound. Yet the steps continued, pacing the perimeter beyond my line of sight. I checked my compass. It was spinning. Not rapidly. Slowly, as if something was interfering just enough to prevent it from settling. I tapped it. No change. I set it down and focused on listening. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence followed, complete enough that my ears rang. Then I heard myself speak. My voice, clearly my voice, called my name from somewhere beyond the fire ring. The tone was calm, conversational. The way I sound when recording field notes. It repeated once. Exactly once. I did not respond. At 03:12, the sound of movement returned. Closer this time. I could hear it matching my earlier movements from memory. The way I shifted weight when checking bearings. The brief pauses when I stopped to adjust my pack. It was retracing my day with accuracy that should not have been possible. When morning came, the forest looked normal again. Birds returned. Mine moved freely. My compass stabilized. I packed quickly, marked my exit bearing, and began walking. That was when I realized the footprints beside mine were identical, and they never diverged. Every step I took, it took. When I stopped, it stopped. When I turned, it adjusted without hesitation. My GPS units remained frozen, but whatever was behind me never once corrected its course. It did not need to. By the time I reached the edge of the service road, my satellite beacon activated itself without my input. A green confirmation light blinked steadily. The footprints ended where mine did. Search and rescue arrived 2 hours later. They told me my beacon had been transmitting from the same coordinates since the previous afternoon. Coordinates that did not exist on their maps. They told me to sit on the tailgate of my truck and drink water while they checked my vitals. I remember nodding, answering questions automatically, watching the forest line as if it might shift when I wasn't looking. 2 search and rescue volunteers stood nearby, both calm, professional, neither showing the curiosity I expected. To them, I was just another backcountry incident. Equipment malfunction, disorientation, mild shock. I asked them a simple question. I asked if they had followed my tracks in. One of them frowned and said no. They had driven straight to the beacon coordinates once they reached the service road. There were no tracks coming from the trees. No sign of an approach trail. Just my truck exactly where I had left it that morning. I told them there should have been footprints. 2 sets, at least. Mine and something else's. They exchanged a glance that said more than their words. The team lead told me forest floors change quickly. Wind, wildlife. He suggested dehydration and filled in some gaps for me. I did not argue. I wanted to leave. Before I did, one of the volunteers handed me my field notebook. I hadn't realized I dropped it. He said they found it open on the ground near the road, pages facing up, perfectly dry despite the heavy dew. I thanked him, put it in my pack, and drove away. I did not open the notebook until I reached the paved highway. The last entry was not mine. It was written in my handwriting. Same pressure, same slant, same habit of underlining coordinates twice. The timestamp matched 1857, the moment I first woke to the footsteps. The entry described the clearing, the tent placement, the bearing I intended to follow in the morning. It was precise, familiar, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that I had not written it. The next line was worse. It noted a correction, a minor adjustment to my exit bearing, as if the original path was inefficient. I closed the notebook and did not look at it again until I was home. I live alone. That matters. There was no one to greet me, no conversation to ground me back in routine. I showered, ate without tasting anything, and sat at my kitchen table until my hands stopped shaking. My GPS units sat on the counter beside me. Both screens still displayed the same frozen coordinates. I removed the batteries. The screens stayed on. At 1943, my phone vibrated. No signal bars, no service. Yet a notification appeared from my mapping app, flagged as a saved location. The name of the pin was my full name. The coordinates matched the ones on my GPS units. When I tapped it, the app attempted to load terrain data and failed. I powered the phone off. That night, I dreamed of walking through the forest again. The dream felt procedural, not symbolic. Step counts, bearing checks, environmental notes. I could hear another set of steps behind me, perfectly synchronized. When I stopped, the sound stopped. When I turned around, I woke up. At 20:12, there was a knock on my front door. I did not answer it immediately. I checked the windows first. No one on the porch. The knock came again, same rhythm as before. Even, familiar. I opened the door a fraction and saw nothing. The street was empty. Porch light steady. No movement. On the ground directly in front of my threshold was a single boot print. It matched the tread of the boots I was wearing. I backed away and closed the door. Locked it. Checked every window. Nothing else happened that night. I did not sleep. The next morning, I contacted my supervisor and requested reassignment. I cited equipment failure and personal safety concerns. He agreed without pushback, which unsettled me more than resistance would have. Before ending the call, he asked a question that froze me in place. He asked why I had submitted 2 versions of my field report. According to his system, one report had been uploaded at 17:02, incomplete but coherent. The second was uploaded at 23:18, fully detailed, with corrected bearings and annotations that improved the survey accuracy. The second report included data I had not collected, measurements I had not taken, and a final note recommending future access routes through the area. The recommendation was accepted. I disconnected the call without explanation. That afternoon, my satellite beacon activated again. I was in my living room when it happened. The device sat on the coffee table, untouched, its indicator light blinking green. I opened the companion app on my laptop. It showed the beacon transmitting from a location approximately 12 feet behind me, somewhere inside my apartment. I did not turn around. The transmission log showed consistent movement patterns, subtle shifts in position that mirrored my own as I stood up, as I stepped away, as I moved toward the bedroom. Whatever was transmitting was tracking me in real time, not following, but matching. I left my apartment with nothing but my keys and wallet. I drove until sunset and checked into a roadside motel under a different name. In the bathroom mirror, I noticed dirt under my fingernails, compacted the way it gets after hours of hiking. I scrubbed until my skin burned. At 20:06, the motel's width Fi Network briefly listed an unfamiliar device. The device name was identical to my own phone. I shut off the lights and sat on the bed listening. There were no footsteps this time. No knocks. No voices. Just the quiet certainty that whatever learned my route in the forest had not gotten lost when it followed me out, and it no longer needed the trees. I stayed awake until my eyes burned, and the motel room began to feel too small for my thoughts. I kept the lights off and the curtains open so I could see the parking lot. Nothing moved out there, except the occasional car passing on the highway. Every sound inside the room felt amplified. The hum of the air conditioner, the click of cooling metal in the bathroom, my own breathing. At 22:31, my phone vibrated on the nightstand. I had turned it off hours earlier. I watched the screen light up without touching it. No bars, no carrier. A single notification banner appeared and vanished too quickly to read. When I powered the phone on, there was no record of it. No missed alerts. No background apps running. I checked the motel Wi-Fi list again. The unfamiliar device was gone. I left the room at 23:10 and drove aimlessly for nearly an hour. I stayed on well-lit roads, avoided stopping, kept my speed steady. I told myself that motion mattered, that whatever had learned my patterns in the forest relied on repetition. I varied my turns, doubled back, took exits at random. Nothing happened. No footsteps, no signals. By the time fatigue forced me to pull over, it was after midnight. I parked at a gas station that never closed. Cameras everywhere. People coming and going. I sat in my truck and watched my reflection in the windshield. For the first time since morning, I felt almost calm. Then the GPS unit in my glove compartment chimed. I had removed the batteries. I remembered doing it because the act felt important. The sound was the standard acquisition tone, soft and confident. I opened the glove box slowly. The screen was on. The same frozen coordinates filled the display, but there was a new symbol blinking beside them. Directional. Active. It was pointing north. Not toward the forest. Toward me. I shut the unit off by force, snapped the casing, and threw it into the trash outside the station. I stood there longer than necessary, letting the cold air steady me, watching people glance at me and then look away. When I got back into the truck, my hands were shaking again. I drove until the sky began to pale. Dawn should have helped. It usually does. But as the light spread, it revealed something I hadn't noticed in the dark. Every time I stopped, every time I stood still for more than a few seconds, I felt a subtle pressure behind me. Not a presence I could hear or see, just the sense of alignment, like standing in front of a mirror without looking at it. At 05:47, I pulled into a rest area, overlooking a wide stretch of open land. No trees close enough to hide anything. I got out of the truck and walked to the railing. The wind was steady. The smell of asphalt and dry grass felt grounding. I told myself this was the end of it. That daylight would break whatever rule I had violated by camping where signals failed. Behind me, gravel shifted. I did not turn around immediately. I waited, counted my breaths. The sound repeated, perfectly timed to my own shift in stance. When I finally turned, there was nothing there. No footprints, no marks. Just my own tracks in the dust, and beside them, a second set that matched mine exactly. They ended at the same place I stood. I left the rest area and drove until my fuel warning came on. I stopped at another station, paid in cash, avoided eye contact. When I returned to the truck, there was a folded piece of paper tucked under the wiper blade. It was a map, hand-drawn, clean lines, accurate terrain shading. the forest clearing marked with a precise symbol. A route traced outward from it, following roads, highways, exits. My route. Every deviation I had taken during the night was there, corrected, smoothed into a more efficient path. At the bottom of the page, written in my handwriting, was a note. Signal stable outside canopy. I tore the map in half, then into smaller pieces, then dropped them into a trash can, and walked away without looking back. I am writing this at 07:58, sitting in my truck with the engine running, parked at the edge of a city I did not intend to visit. I have not slept. I have not gone home. I will not. Every device I own that can locate me has been powered down or destroyed. But it no longer seems to matter. Because whatever followed me out of that forest does not navigate the way we do. It does not rely on satellites or maps or landmarks. It learned my movement by observing it. It memorized my pauses, my corrections, the way I choose a path without realizing I am choosing it. It does not get lost because it does not need to decide where to go. It only needs me to move. I can feel it now, closer than before. Not behind me but aligned with me, occupying the same space with a precision that makes my skin crawl. When I shift in my seat, the sensation shifts too. When I stop typing, there is a pause that mirrors my own. If I disappear after this, if my phone or my accounts continue to show activity, if messages are sent in my voice with details, I should not understand this. I did not go back to the forest. The forest came with me. And wherever GPS signals fail next, it will already be there, waiting. Perfectly on course, never once lost. My name is David Monroe. I am writing this while the memory is still precise, before distance and daylight begin to soften what happened. I am 36 years old, an electrical maintenance supervisor by trade, and an experienced solo camper by habit. I plan routes carefully, pack redundancies, and follow conservative safety rules. One of those rules, adopted after years of backcountry nights, is simple. I sleep with my headlamp on, not on standby, not within reach. On my forehead, switched on, angled low. Light changes behavior. It keeps animals wary. It keeps my bearings immediate. It keeps me calm. On the night this happened, I was camped legally and alone in a managed wilderness area several miles from the nearest road. The site was primitive but established, a flat patch near a dry creek bed. Weather was stable. No storms, no unusual forecasts. I arrived shortly after noon, set camp early, filtered water, cooked before dark, and did a final perimeter check before nightfall. Everything was normal. Boring even. That matters, because I know how easy it is to blame fear on fatigue or imagination. I was rested. I was methodical. I was not looking for anything unusual. I went to bed shortly after 10. The temperature dropped as expected, cool but comfortable. I zipped the tent, arranged my sleeping bag, and secured my headlamp around my forehead. Fresh batteries. I had tested them twice. The beam cut a pale oval across the tent ceiling. I lay on my back, hands folded over my chest, and let my breathing slow. Forest sounds were steady and familiar. Insects, distant movement, wind through branches, nothing close, nothing heavy. Sleep came in fragments. I drifted, woke, drifted again. Each time I opened my eyes, the light was still on. That was important to me. It meant time had passed normally. At some point, I rolled onto my side, facing the tent wall. The beam now illuminated the fabric inches from my face, turning the nylon into a pale, glowing skin. I remember noticing condensation patterns and thinking about how I would need to air the tent in the morning. That was when the batteries died. There was no warning, no dimming, no flicker. The light simply went out. One moment there was illumination, the next there was complete darkness. I was instantly awake. Anyone who has camped enough knows the difference between waking gradually and waking because something is wrong. My heart rate jumped. I did not move. I listened. The forest had not changed. No sudden silence, no alarm calls. Just the same steady background. I reached up to tap the headlamp, assuming a loose contact. Nothing. I pressed the button deliberately. Still nothing. I told myself the batteries must have been faulty, even though they were new. It happens. Rarely, but it happens. I was irritated more than afraid. Light is a comfort, but darkness alone is not a threat. I rolled onto my back and reached for my backup flashlight, which I keep clipped to the tent's internal loop. As I did, I felt a pressure change near my face. Not a touch. Not even air moving. Just the unmistakable sense that something had entered the space inches above my head. It is difficult to explain without sounding dramatic. But anyone who has worked around LEV electrical panels knows the feeling when a charge component is too close. A subtle awareness. A wrongness. I froze with my arm half raised. The darkness felt closer, thicker. I could not see, but I could feel proximity. My breathing sounded loud in my own ears, and I fought the urge to inhale sharply. I kept my breath shallow, controlled. The tent fabric did not move. There was no sound of contact. Whatever was near me was not pressing against the tent. It was inside the perimeter of my personal space, without crossing a physical boundary. I completed the motion and grabbed the backup flashlight. I did not turn it on immediately. I do not know why. Some instinct told me that light would change something, and I wanted to be ready for that change. I adjusted my grip, thumb over the switch, and waited. Seconds stretched. My neck muscles ached from holding still. The sense of closeness intensified, as if whatever was there had leaned in further. Then I turned the flashlight on. The beam snapped to life, narrow and bright. It illuminated the tent ceiling, the zipper seams, the condensation. Nothing else. The sense of proximity vanished instantly, like a pressure releasing. I swept the beam slowly around the interior. Nothing was disturbed. No shadows where there should not have been shadows. No movement. I aimed the light at my headlamp and saw that it was still firmly in place. I toggled the switch again. Dead. I sat up fully, heart pounding now. I listened again. The forest sounds resumed their ordinary rhythm. No retreating footsteps. No rustle. I told myself that fear can create sensations, that adrenaline can trick the body. I replaced the batteries in the headlamp with my spare set. The light came back on immediately, strong and steady. I tested it several times. No flicker. I lay back down, flashlight still in my hand. I did not sleep. I stared at the tent ceiling and counted my breaths. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion dulled the edge of my fear. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember is the headlamp going out again. This time, I was already aware before the darkness fully settled. I felt the light fade, not in brightness but in presence, as if it were being consumed rather than switched off. The sensation of closeness returned, stronger than before. It was unmistakable now. Something was near my face, close enough that my skin prickled. I could not feel breath. I could not hear movement. But I knew, with a certainty that bypassed thought, that something was leaning in. I did not reach for the flashlight immediately. I did not want to move. I focused on one thing: the batteries. I knew absolutely that they were draining in response to this proximity. Not failing. Not dying randomly. Draining. Being pulled empty by whatever was close enough to lean toward me without touching me. The realization was calm and terrifying in equal measure. When I finally snapped the flashlight on again, the presence withdrew instantly. The headlamp batteries, when I checked them minutes later, were completely dead. Both sets. I did not sleep after that. I sat with the light on until dawn, listening to the forest wake up, knowing that whatever had leaned close needed darkness to do it. I did not leave at dawn, even though every instinct told me to. That detail matters, because it explains why I am certain. This was not a simple reaction to fear. I stayed because daylight returned everything to normal. When the sky lightened, the forest looked exactly as it should. Birds began calling. Wind moved through the canopy. The ground around my tent showed no disturbed soil, no prints, no bent grass. If something had been there, it left no physical evidence. I packed slowly, deliberately, as if routine itself could stabilize reality. My hands did not shake. I drank water, ate a cold energy bar, and disassembled camp with the same care I always used. The headlamp sat on a rock while I worked. I replaced its batteries again, this time with the last set I had. I switched it on and left it there, angled toward nothing in particular. The beam remained steady. No drain. No flicker. By mid-morning, logic had begun to reassert itself. I told myself that the batteries must have been defective. That stress had magnified coincidence. I decided to hike out after lunch, not because I felt threatened anymore, but because the trip had lost its appeal. Before leaving, I did one last circuit of the area. I checked trees, the creek bed, the underbrush. Nothing. No sign of wildlife activity beyond the ordinary. No smell, no sound, no mark. I started hiking shortly after noon, following the same trail I had taken in. The weather remained calm. Sunlight filtered through the trees in broken columns. My pack felt lighter now that my mind had settled. For over an hour, nothing happened. I began to feel foolish for how shaken I had been. Then the headlamp turned on by itself. I noticed it because of the reflection. A sudden white flash glinted off a metal carabiner clipped to my pack strap. I stopped and looked down. The headlamp, secured to the outside of my pack, was on. I had not touched it. I stood still, staring at it, waiting for the light to die. It didn't. It burned steadily, bright as ever. I switched it off and continued walking, unsettled but still rationalizing. Electrical faults can cause unexpected activation. I knew that. 15 minutes later, it turned on again. This time, there was no reflection to alert me. I sensed it the same way I had sensed the presence. In the tent, a subtle shift in awareness. A pressure behind my eyes. I stopped, turned, and saw the beam cutting sideways through the trees. I removed the headlamp from my pack and held it in my hand. I rotated it, examined the casing, the switch, the battery compartment. Everything was intact. I turned it off and clipped it inside my pack, out of sight. I told myself that if it turned on again, I would stop and leave it behind. It did not turn on again while I was moving. The trail eventually crossed a narrow ravine, where the canopy thickened and the light dimmed noticeably. As I descended into that shaded corridor, the temperature dropped. The air felt heavier, more stagnant. Halfway through, I felt it again. The awareness, the closeness. This time, it was not focused on my face. It was behind me. I did not hear footsteps. I did not smell anything. But I knew, with the same certainty as before, that something was close enough to reach me if it wanted to. My pace quickened without conscious decision. The sensation followed, matching my speed effortlessly. Not chasing, keeping pace. When I stopped abruptly, it stopped too. I stood there for several seconds, heart pounding, then slowly turned around. The trail behind me was empty. I took a step backward, then another, testing the sensation. It returned immediately, tightening like a held breath. I turned forward again and walked. The pressure eased. It was not surrounding me. It was positioning itself relative to my direction of travel, staying just out of sight, just behind the range of direct attention. I understood then that darkness was not the only condition it needed. Stillness mattered too. When I paused too long, when my movement slowed, the closeness intensified. When I moved with purpose, it held its distance. That realization carried me the rest of the way out. By late afternoon, the trees thinned and the trail widened. The forest noise grew louder, less intimate. I reached the trailhead just before sunset. Cars were parked there. Voices carried faintly from somewhere beyond the lot. The sense of being followed receded until it was gone entirely. I stood in the open space for several minutes, scanning the tree line. Nothing emerged. I loaded my pack into my vehicle and sat behind the wheel without starting the engine. My hands were steady again. The rational part of my mind took control and began cataloging explanations. Stress, sleep deprivation, anxiety. But another part of me, quieter and more insistent, focused on the headlamp. I picked it up from the passenger seat and turned it on. The beam filled the car interior. I leaned forward slowly, bringing my face closer to the light. It remained steady. No drain. I leaned closer still, until the light reflected painfully off my eyes. Nothing happened. I turned it off and set it down. That night, at home, I placed the headlamp on my bedside table. I told myself it was for reassurance, that I wanted to test it in a controlled environment. I replaced the batteries with a fresh set from a sealed package. I turned it on and lay back, staring at the ceiling. Sometime after midnight, I woke abruptly. The room was dark. I lay still, heart racing, eyes wide. The headlamp was off. I did not reach for it. I did not need to. I felt it immediately. The same pressure, the same awareness. Something was leaning close enough to drain light, even here, even now. And this time, I understood something that made my blood run cold. It had followed me home. I did not turn the light on immediately. That choice, more than anything else I did that night, defines what followed. I lay on my back in my own bed, staring into darkness that felt wrong for a familiar room. The house was silent in the way only occupied houses ever are, full of subtle noises that confirm normalcy. The refrigerator hummed faintly in the kitchen. Pipes clicked as they cooled. Outside, a car passed somewhere down the street. The pressure remained. It was not heavy. It did not hurt. It was simply there, as if the air inches above my face had thickened. I knew where the headlamp was. I knew exactly how far I would have to reach to grab it. I also knew, with a certainty that did not come from reason, that if I turned it on too quickly, something would change. I inhaled slowly and raised my hand. My fingers brushed the headlamp casing. The pressure intensified, the way it had in the tent when the batteries drained fastest. That was the confirmation I needed. I was not imagining it. Proximity mattered. Light mattered. Awareness mattered. I turned the headlamp on. The beam cut upward, stark and clean, illuminating my ceiling fan. The faint crack in the plaster I had never bothered to fix. The pressure vanished instantly. the room returned to itself. I sat up, heart pounding, and scanned every corner. Nothing moved. Nothing was disturbed. I stayed awake until dawn. Morning did what it always does. It erased urgency. Sunlight through the windows flattened shadows and restored proportions. I showered, dressed, and went to work. I told no one what had happened. Not because I was afraid of how it would sound, but because saying it aloud felt like inviting attention. I carried the headlamp in my bag all day. Every few hours, I checked it. The batteries held, no drain, no flicker. That night, I tested a theory. I waited until my bedroom lights were off and the house was quiet. I lay in bed with the headlamp off, resting on my chest. I focused on breathing evenly, on staying still. Minutes passed. Then the pressure returned, subtle at first, then unmistakable. The sense of something leaning close was so clear that my skin prickled. I did not turn the headlamp on. Instead, I moved it. I slid it slowly away from my face, inch by inch, watching how the sensation responded. As the distance increased, the pressure eased. When I brought it closer again, the pressure returned. It was tracking the light, not me. Or more precisely, it was responding to the potential of light being present. That was when I understood the rule I had been missing. It was not feeding on light itself. It was feeding on the boundary light creates. On the moment where darkness ends and visibility begins. When something leans close to a light source, it occupies that threshold. And that threshold costs energy to maintain. The batteries were draining because the light was doing work. Not illuminating space, but resisting proximity. Once I understood that, the fear changed shape. It became controlled. Measured. I changed my routine. I stopped sleeping with the headlamp on my forehead. Instead, I mounted it across the room, angled toward the bed. I used higher capacity batteries. I left it on all night. The pressure never came back, while the light was distant and steady. Darkness remained at the edges of the room, but it did not lean in. Weeks passed. I almost convinced myself that whatever had followed me had moved on. Almost. Then one night, during a power outage, everything went wrong. The house went dark abruptly, without warning. The mounted headlamp clicked off with the rest of the room. In the sudden darkness, the pressure surged immediately, stronger than ever before. It was closer than it had ever been. Close enough that I gasped involuntarily. I grabbed the headlamp and turned it on, but the batteries were nearly drained. The beam flickered weakly, and the pressure did not fully retreat. I backed into the corner of the room, holding the light out in front of me like a barrier. The sensation pressed closer, testing the limits of the dimming beam. I understood then that it was learning, adapting to the rules the same way I was. I fled the house that night. I sat in my car with the interior light on until morning. After that, I made a decision that I still question, but one I believe saved me. I stopped resisting. I no longer use headlamps. I no longer sleep with lights on. I let darkness exist without challenge. The pressure still comes sometimes, but it stays distant now, unfocused. Without a boundary to press against, it has nothing to drain, nothing to test. Darkness alone does not interest it. Light does. I am writing this as a warning, not a confession. If you sleep with a light on, if you rely on illumination to feel safe, pay attention to how your batteries behave. Pay attention to how darkness feels when light fails suddenly instead of gradually. And most of all, pay attention to that instinctive awareness that something is leaning close. Because if you feel it, and your light goes out faster than it should, It means you have already taught it where the boundary is. My name is William Crane. I am writing this as a formal account of a single day, one continuous stretch of time that began before sunrise and ended only when the sun was fully above the trees. I am not writing this for entertainment, and I am not exaggerating what happened. I finished a marked backcountry trail just before dawn. Whatever hunted me through the night stopped at the tree line, as if it was not permitted to follow any farther. I had planned the hike to be routine, a long out and back trail in a protected wilderness area, well maintained but lightly trafficked, the kind people use for endurance training or personal milestones. I had completed similar trails dozens of times before. I filed a route plan, checked weather, packed light but correctly. Headlamp, spare batteries, GPS, map, water filtration, emergency bivy. Nothing reckless. Nothing unusual. I started just after midnight. That was intentional. I wanted to finish at dawn, something I had done before. There is a quiet satisfaction in stepping out of the forest as the sky turns gray. The trailhead sign was visible in my headlamp beam, reflective lettering glowing back at me. I remember checking my watch, tightening my pack straps, and stepping past the wooden posts that marked the beginning of the trail. For the first several hours, nothing was wrong. The forest was calm in the way it usually is at night, alive but not loud. Insects, the occasional rustle of something small moving through undergrowth, distant water flowing somewhere below. My pace was steady. I did not feel watched. I did not feel uneasy. I remember thinking that the darkness felt clean, almost comforting. The first thing that changed was the sound. It was subtle enough that I almost ignored it. Footsteps, not behind me exactly, but offset. Too slow to match mine, too deliberate to be an animal moving randomly. When I stopped, the sound stopped. When I started again, it resumed after a delay of several seconds. I told myself it was my imagination. Fatigue can create patterns out of nothing. I adjusted my headlamp angle, swept the beam between the trees, and saw nothing except trunks, brush, and darkness layered behind darkness. The trail narrowed as it climbed. Switchbacks cut into a slope where the trees thinned slightly, giving brief views into the forest below. That was when I noticed the distance. Whatever was making the sound never closed in. It stayed far enough back that I could not place it, but close enough that I could hear it clearly when the forest went quiet. The spacing never changed. If I sped up, it sped up. If I slowed, it slowed. When I stopped completely and held my breath, it waited. I did not run. Running in the dark on uneven terrain is dangerous, and I knew that. I focused on staying upright, staying calm, staying on the trail. I told myself that predators either ambush or retreat. They do not pace you for hours. The GPS showed no signal loss. My route was exactly where it should be. Time passed in a way that felt distorted, stretched thin. I drank water more often than necessary, just to give myself something to do with my hands. At some point, I realized the forest had gone quiet in a way that was different from before. Not peaceful. Empty. The insects stopped. The small animals stopped moving. Even the wind seemed to pull back, leaving the trees frozen in place. That was when I understood, with a clarity that felt physical, that I was not dealing with an animal. The footsteps began to change. They no longer matched mine precisely. Instead, they adjusted ahead of time. When I shifted my weight before stepping, the sound adjusted with me. When I hesitated, it hesitated first. I did not look back. That is a detail people often ask about, as if bravery or foolishness would have changed anything. I did not look back because something in me knew that doing so would make it real, in a way I could not undo. The trail marker posts appeared more frequently as I climbed toward the final ridge. Reflective tabs flashed in my headlamp beam, confirming I was still en route. That was the only reassurance I had. Everything else felt wrong. The sound moved closer as the forest thinned. Not close enough to touch, but close enough I could hear breathing now. Not labored. Not rushed. Controlled. Patient. I started speaking out loud without meaning to. Just my name, my pace count, the time. Anything to anchor myself. The breathing did not change. The sky began to lighten almost imperceptibly. Not dawn yet, just the suggestion of it. A thinning of the blackness. A gray that made the edges of the trees visible. Without my headlamp. I felt a surge of relief that was immediately followed by confusion. The footsteps slowed. For the first time all night, I increased my pace without hearing it match me. I moved faster, then faster still. My legs burning, lungs tight. The trail straightened as it approached the final stretch, leading to the exit clearing. I could see the tree line ahead, a sharp boundary where the forest ended and open ground began. Behind me, the breathing stopped. I reached the tree line just as the sky tipped fully into pre-dawn. I stepped out of the forest onto open gravel and turned around. Nothing crossed the boundary. I stood there, chest heaving, watching the shadows between the trees. The forest looked ordinary again. Birds began to stir. The wind returned, moving leaves, breaking the stillness. But something was there, just beyond the first row of trunks. I could feel its presence the way you feel pressure changes before a storm. It did not step forward. I took one step back toward the trees, just to test it. The air changed instantly, thick and heavy. The sense of being watched sharpened, focused. I stepped forward again. Back into the clearing. The pressure vanished. I waited until the sun crested the horizon before I moved again. Only then did I finish the last few yards to the trailhead sign, the same one I had passed hours earlier. In the daylight, it looked harmless, ordinary, official. I did not look back a second time. I stayed in the clearing longer than I needed to. Even after the sun was fully above the horizon, I did not trust the silence behind me. Daylight returned the forest's normal sounds, but they felt staged, like something resuming a role after an interruption. Birds called in short bursts. Leaves shifted with the breeze. Everything behaved as expected, and that was what unsettled me most. I checked my watch again. The entire hike had taken less time than planned. On paper, nothing was wrong. My pace was consistent. My vitals felt normal. No injuries, no missed turns. I could have left, driven home, written the night off as nerves and fatigue. Instead, I stood there and watched the tree line. There was no movement, no shape, no sound that stood out. But I could still feel it, not following me anymore, not advancing, just existing at that boundary as if the rules had changed. The sensation reminded me of standing near a high voltage fence, nothing visible, but an instinctive understanding that crossing a certain point would have consequences. Eventually, I forced myself to move. The trailhead parking area was empty, my car the only one there. I unlocked it, stowed my pack, and sat in the driver's seat with the door still open, facing the forest. I did not start the engine right away. I needed to see if anything would happen when I left. Nothing did. The drive out took longer than it should have. not because of traffic, but because I kept slowing down, scanning the trees on either side of the road. The forest pressed close in places, branches arching overhead, forming tunnels of shadow even in full daylight. Every time the road curved, I expected to see something standing just beyond the shoulder. I did not. By the time I reached the main highway, the tension in my shoulders had become a dull ache. I convinced myself that the worst was over. That belief lasted until I stopped for gas. The station was small and quiet, one of those rural stops with a single building and a couple of pumps. I stepped out of the car, stretched, and went inside to pay. The clerk barely looked up. Everything felt normal again, painfully so. When I returned to my car, I noticed the dirt. It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the dust already coating the vehicle. But it was fresh. Smudged along the rear quarter panel, hand height, as if something had brushed against it. I stood there longer than necessary, staring at it, trying to decide if it had been there before. I wiped it away with my sleeve. Underneath, the paint was clean. That should have been the end of it. I drove the rest of the way home without incident. I showered, ate, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I felt the same pressure I had felt at the tree line, that sense of being observed from just beyond an invisible boundary. Sleep never came. Instead, I began to think about details I had ignored during the hike. Small inconsistencies. Moments that did not fit neatly into the explanation of exhaustion or imagination. The way the footsteps had adjusted before I did. The way the breathing had stopped the instant I reached the clearing. Not gradually, but all at once, as if cut off by something external. I opened my GPS logs. The track showed a clean line from trailhead to trailhead, elevation changes exactly where expected. But when I zoomed in near the final ridge, I noticed something odd. A series of pauses recorded just before dawn. Moments where my movements slowed to almost nothing for several seconds at a time. I did not remember stopping there. I cross-referenced the time stamps with my heart rate data. Each pause aligned with a spike, sharp and brief, as if my body had reacted to something before my mind registered it. Fight or flight responses without a conscious trigger. That was when I made a decision I still question. I went back. Not to the trail itself, but to the boundary. I returned in the late afternoon, when the light was steady, and the forest looked as harmless as it ever would. I parked at the same trailhead, and walked the first few yards of the path, stopping well before the tree line, where the forest thickened. The air felt normal, warm, alive. I took one step closer. Nothing happened. I took another. A pressure built instantly, not fear exactly, but resistance. A sensation like pushing against water while trying to walk. My ears rang softly, not painfully, just enough to be noticeable. The forest ahead of me looked unchanged, but my depth perception warped slightly, distances stretching and compressing in subtle ways. I stepped back. The pressure vanished. I repeated the experiment several times, each time confirming the same result. There was a line. I could not see it, but it was there, fixed and unyielding. Crossing it did not bring an attack or a chase. It brought a response, a warning that did not need words. I stood there until the sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening between the trees. With the fading light came a familiar unease, a memory of the night before that settled into my chest like a weight. I left before dusk. That night, I dreamed of walking the trail again, but this time there were markers along the way that I did not remember placing. Simple, crude symbols scratched into trees at regular intervals. Each one marked the same things: how far I could go before I had to turn back. In the dream, I ignored them. I woke up before dawn, heart racing, the sensation of breath on my neck, so vivid I could almost feel the warmth of it. My bedroom was empty, silent. I did not sleep again. Throughout the day, small things continued to happen. My phone battery drained faster than usual. My security camera recorded brief clips, triggered by nothing visible. Shadows at the edge of my vision lingered a fraction longer than they should have. I began to understand something that frightened me more than the chase itself. Whatever had followed me was not trying to kill me. It was enforcing something. The boundary at the tree line was not protection for me. It was a limit for it. And limits, once noticed, invite testing. I stopped trying to sleep altogether. By the third night after the hike, I accepted that rest was not coming back on its own. My body functioned in fragments. Short bursts of alertness followed by hollow exhaustion. But my mind stayed fixed on one question that refused to loosen its grip. Why that boundary? I returned to the trailhead one last time before the day ended. Not out of curiosity, not to test courage, but because avoidance had begun to feel like another kind of trespass. I arrived in the early evening, when the sun was still high enough to soften shadows, but low enough to remind the forest that night was coming. I did not step onto the trail. I stood on the gravel and watched the tree line from a distance, as if proximity alone might provoke a response. Nothing moved. I paced slowly, parallel to the forest edge, keeping the same distance from the trees. With each step, I felt it again, pressure shifting subtly, always equal, always measured. It did not follow me. It did not retreat. It stayed aligned, as if whatever existed beyond the boundary was aware of my position without needing to see me. I stopped and spoke out loud, my voice steady despite how dry my throat felt. "I'm leaving," I said. The words felt necessary. Not a plea, not a challenge. A statement of intent. The pressure eased slightly, not gone, but loosened, as if something had acknowledged the sound, without caring about its meaning. I waited until the light began to fail before turning back to my car. When I did, the relief was immediate, almost dizzying. Distance mattered. Direction mattered. That understanding settled into me with uncomfortable certainty. I drove home as the sky darkened, careful not to look at the forest, longer than necessary when the road passed through it. The farther I went, the lighter my chest felt, as if invisible weight was being lifted piece by piece. That night, for the first time since the hike, I slept. Not deeply, not peacefully, but enough. I woke just before dawn, the same time I had reached the clearing days earlier. For several seconds, I lay still, waiting for the familiar sense of pressure, the imagined breath, the lingering presence. There was nothing. Morning came normally. Light through the windows. Distant traffic. The world behaving exactly as it should. I showered, ate, and prepared for work with a careful optimism I did not trust but welcomed anyway. It was over, I told myself. Whatever rules existed out there did not apply here. That belief lasted until I found the dirt again. This time it was on my front steps. A faint smear along the edge of the concrete, as if something had paused there briefly, testing the threshold. I crouched to examine it. The pattern was irregular, not a footprint, not a drag mark, just a disruption where there should have been none. I did not clean it right away. I stood back and looked at my house with new eyes. Windows. Boundaries I had never thought about before. I realized, then, that the forest had not followed me. I had left it at the line where it was required to stop. The rest of the day passed without incident, but awareness sharpened everything. Sounds carried weight again. Shadows regained depth. I noticed how often I crossed invisible lines without thinking. Doorways, property edges, marked paths. I wondered how many of them existed for reasons older than convenience or law. That evening, as the sun set, I stood at my back window and watched the line, where my yard met the tree line beyond it. The woods there were ordinary, suburban, nothing like the trail I had hiked. And yet, as darkness crept in, I felt the faintest echo of that same pressure, distant and unfocused, like a memory trying to orient itself. I closed the curtains. I am not writing this because something followed me home. It did not. I am writing this because I understand now that what happened on that trail was not an exception. It was a demonstration. There are places where the rules are strict and visible. Trails, clearings, marked paths. And there are places where the rules blur, enforced quietly by things that do not announce themselves, things that do not need to chase. Once you understand where you are allowed to stand. I finished the trail just before dawn. I crossed a line I did not know existed, and something responded. It hunted me until it could not, and then it stopped, not because it was afraid, but because it was bound. Since then, I have changed how I move through the world. I stay on paths. I respect closures. I leave places when my instincts tell me to, even when nothing obvious is wrong. Not because I believe I am being watched, but because I believe that, somewhere beyond the edges we acknowledge, something is still keeping count. And I have no desire to find out what happens when the rules change.